But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Opie and Anthony.
Oh, wow. Was it loud?
Is it too loud? How about that?
A little bit.
How about that? How about that?
That's better.
Ooh. So we're all going to get sick, and then we're going to think it's the swine flu.
The swine flu.
But we're going to get sick because it's going to be 30 degrees colder today than yesterday.
I brung my jacket.
Yo.
I knew.
Yesterday was like 90. Today it's going to be about 60, 65.
It was so goddamn nice yesterday.
It was too nice.
Beautiful.
Don't you like that spring?
Heat.
I don't like going from winter to summer.
No, I don't like that either. I mean, I do like spring, and we missed it. Mm-hmm. Now, pour on the heat. I don't care. It's much better than cold.
The hotter, the better for you.
Yes.
I kind of like that in between. Wear a little spring jacket.
Nah, then
You don't like wearing a little spring jacket?
No, the pool gets heated up.
I like wearing my new sneakers. I don't want to go right to flip-flops.
Time to party.
I don't want to go right to jean shorts with my hairy legs. The mics suck, by the way, Mars.
Do they?
Yeah.
Whoa. Yours sounds all right. Yeah, maybe?
Then maybe it's in my head.
Maybe the headphones.
Yeah? We have to tweak every day. Who was in here yesterday? Because all the knobs were different.
The Department of Sanitation show. It's like everybody's got a show and they all use our studio.
Might as well follow up garbage with garbage.
Oh, good gravy. Good God.
This swine flu, by the way.
Yeah.
This is what I need in my little world. I need one news station that is guaranteed to give me the facts.
Yeah.
That's not asking for much. When I was growing up, you just assumed you were watching the news, they were giving you the facts. And I don't even know if they were anymore, but it seemed like they did a better job just giving you the facts when we were growing up. 80s, late 70s, when we started, paying attention to things.
Yeah.
Now,
I agree with you.
You don't know what the fuck to think because these asshole news programs are all looking for ratings, so they're scaring the shit out of everybody, and we don't know what's up. Is the swine flu going to kill a lot of people, or is it just like any other flu that kills a lot of people?
Kills a lot of people every year.
What is it really?
Dr. Sanjay Gupta's down in Mexico.
Yeah, but he's, you got to watch. Have you ever watched Outfoxed?
Oh, yeah.
I know that's skewed and all. I get it. But there's parts of that documentary where they explain all this. If you're, what is his name again? The Gupta?
Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Gupta. If Dr. Sanjay Gupta wants to continue to have airtime, he's going to kind of stretch the truth a little bit.
Yeah.
And keep the fear going. Mm-hmm. Because it's all about ratings, because they're all looking for the advertising dollars. So we suffer in the end, and we don't know what the fuck is going on. We don't know if the swine flu is something to worry about. We really don't.
30,000 people a year die from the flu.
Across the world?
From just the flu.
The world or the United States?
I think that's Americans.
Nah, really?
We could get rid of 30,000, can't we? No, maybe it's the world.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't even have the facts straight, but at least I'm telling you I don't. But even, let's say it's the world. I would say it's got to be more than 30,000 in the world. The world's fucking huge.
So what?
Get the flu, they fucking drop dead. Who can tell?
So what does the swine flu mean? That 31,000 people would die?
30,000 in the U.S. It's 30,000 people in the United States a year die from the flu.
Yeah, the flu is a dangerous thing.
You would be like freaking out if all of a sudden, like they told you, 10,000 people have now died of the swine flu in these states. You'd be like, ah! But they tell you like, well, this school had 5 cases, and this has 1, and Nassau County's got a case.
Well, I got the sniffles today. Do I worry? What's up? What's up? Jimmy's got a bit of a scratchy throat. Should we be worried?
Yeah.
We don't know by watching the news. They suck a big dick.
It really is ridiculous. Is this people calling 911?
Why? What?
Was this the 911 calls about the plane flying over New York City?
Yeah.
Everyone is running. People are crying and panicking. Calm down.
Well, the big headline there, and once again, I don't know what to believe. They knew this would cause panic, but they did it anyway.
They did it anyway.
Who the fuck would go, well, we know this is going to create a massive panic in lower Manhattan, but let's do it anyway.
That plane is making some amazing maneuvers above a city. It really did look like it wanted to wreak some havoc. It's being followed by an F-16, so you're thinking maybe that, there's shenanigans going on, and the F-16's trying to fix it, to do something,
To blow it
them
out
up.
of the sky.
People were freaking out.
But how amazing would that be? I'd be the guy like, wow, that's cool. They
Yeah,
just blew this
whoa.
plane out of the sky.
And it said that, it cost $328,000 to do that, and Obama's furious that.
That's nothing, though.
But I heard last night, too, that
easy
they
numbers for
can't
the
even
government.
tell where this came from. Or they're not telling where this whole order to fly this fucking Air Force 2, I think it is. It's not even Air Force 1. Around Manhattan. And Obama's furious. And then I hear people saying, well, shouldn't the White House know if one of their planes are going to be buzzing Manhattan? Mm-hmm. And then other people are just saying, Photoshop. What's wrong with you? You take a picture of the city, and you take a picture of this plane, and you put it in.
They're behind. The government just discovered MySpace. Stop. They don't know how to
That was-
Photoshop. Yes.
But wait, wasn't that for people on the plane? That wasn't for people.
Microsoft Paint.
No, Jimmy.
Who was the photo op for?
It was just to show like Air Force One over like cool stuff.
Yeah, they usually have pictures.
Even though it was Air Force Two, but it looks
Yeah.
like Air Force One.
Let's say you go to the White House, and you go to the gift shop, and you want to buy a picture of Air Force One flying over various cities. They'll have a picture of Air Force One over Manhattan, and then you can buy that picture. So that was the photo op. Isn't that ridiculous?
I think there's a bunch of rich people on the plane taking pictures of Manhattan.
No, aren't we supposed to be saving money? The government.
I think so.
That's a quick 328,000.
Silly, right?
I know that's a
Yeah.
little drop in the bucket for the government, but like Ann said, the photoshopping is terrific these days.
Yeah, how
there you
about
go.
that?
Save the 328,000. Pay some college kid a few thousand. He'll give you some nice postcards.
And the FAA knew about it. They had told the FAA, and the FAA chief said, hey, this is going to cause some shit. Perhaps we ought to tell Mayor Bloomberg or somebody, and he could get the word out that this is going to happen. And the Department of Defense said, nah,
They actually
screw
said,
it.
Nah.
Yeah, nah. And the FAA, who I think is, as far as flying things go, they're pretty much the tops. They told them this is probably going to cause panic. You can't fly a 747 at 1,500 feet above Manhattan without some people maybe having a little flashback. And it's exactly what happened. They're letting the 911 calls out.
Yeah.
And
Can we get the 911 calls?
some of the people are
Oh, we do have them, Danny?
losing their minds.
Where am I looking? Over here? Okay. Yeah, let's take a listen to this. Well, these are the people that should get the swine flu, obviously.
Oh, that's not true, right?
What happened?
Someone here is saying they were shooting Soul Plane 2. President is in the house. Soul Plane.
The White House says an inquiry will take place into a photo shoot that sent thousands of New Yorkers scrambling Monday. The public
Glad we're getting our news from Hank Hill.
The White House said, oh my God, that plane could have been full of propane.
Is Bobby going to be doing sports?
That guy's voice is awesome.
It's a more efficient fuel.
The White House says an inquiry will take place into a photo shoot that sent thousands of New Yorkers scrambling Monday. The public relations stunt had a presidential plane flanked by an F-16 fighter flying along the New York City skyline.
We want to know what's going on because there's like planes, look, they're going inside the buildings, everybody's outside going crazy. There's what? It looks like planes are they're trying to go in the building, everybody's outside going crazy. What's trying to go in the building? It didn't sound like a plane was trying to go into one of the buildings. A plane?
The White House military office approved the...
That woman's an idiot.
What a boob.
But I love the 911 operator just questioning it.
The planes are trying to go in the building. Like
Look,
that is an idiot that can't convey what she wants to tell this person. There's planes trying to go in the building. What, knocking on the door? What are they doing?
The White House military office approved the photo op, which will end up costing taxpayers more than $320,000. The cost of the fuel alone for the plane and 2 fighter jets, $35,000.
We were involved in this. There clearly were people in this building who had some sort of advance notification about this. In retrospect, would we have liked somebody to raise their hand and say this is not a good idea? Absolutely, we would have preferred that. Unfortunately, that did not happen.
Plane's trying to get in the building, but it forgot its ID.
Yeah, security has it downstairs.
They had a very important task downstairs today. Very important task.
God, what a catastrophe.
I don't know if the rest of the country could fully relate to what we have to deal with by going in and out of these buildings here in New York City. You got these animals that work the front door in these buildings, and they think they're the most important person walking the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And today's job was we have to close the one entrance and tell everyone to go to the other entrance.
Yeah. A lot of cones were outside.
A lot of cones. They had to get here a little early to put the cones up.
They probably got an alert. All right.
Yeah.
Suiting up with his uniform earlier in the morning in the mirror. Gotta go, honey.
Yeah.
Big things are happening at work.
And we still walked to the front door, and there was no reason whatsoever why we couldn't still walk in that door.
Of course not.
So they made us go circling the block and go into the other side of the building. It was a big deal for these guys. Big deal.
Yeah. Kenny called me.
You think they're going to be at a bar later just talking about their big day as the security animals that they are? Well, we had a tough one today. We had to close one entrance and open another one and divert everyone to the other side of the building. It was a rough day.
Yeah, Kenny gave me a call. You got to go around to the other side.
Yeah.
It's like, what? What?
Yeah. So stupid.
The sight of the planes Monday evoked chilling memories of 9/11, while the police department and other agencies...
No, it didn't. Stop with the exaggeration of everything.
Well, I didn't see it.
Someone tell me what news station I could watch where they're going to just give me the facts, and we will promote the fuck out of it. Just basic. This is really what it is right here. We know we're not going to get ratings. Nothing. Here it is. Boom. This wasn't a big deal. Swine flu is going to kill maybe a couple hundred extra more people than the regular flu. That's all you have to worry about there. Just give me the facts.
I think CNN. Maybe PBS probably of all of them.
BBC.
No, BBC.
They don't even acknowledge that we're
anti-American.
Yeah, they don't acknowledge that we're a powerhouse in the world. If you listen to the BBC, we're right next to the story about Zimbabwe.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care.
He knew about the exercise. Mayor Michael Bloomberg remained in the dark.
Why the Defense Department wanted to do a photo op right around the site of the World Trade Center catastrophe defies imagination.
It is absolutely outrageous and appalling to think that the FAA would plan such a photo shoot and not warn the public, knowing full well New Yorkers still have the vivid memory of 9/11 sketched in their minds.
White House Press Secretary Robert Gibbs said Tuesday an inquiry into who authorized the photo op will take place. Reports say President Obama was said to be fuming about Monday's exercise, adding that he didn't think Air Force One needed a new publicity photo anyway. The president added a stunt like this will never happen again. A similar photo shoot using the same plane flying over the nation's capital has been canceled.
Good. Someone knows who did it, because someone knows I authorized that, and he's not confessing.
It's called duck and cover, my friend. Duck and cover your ass. No one knows. Sure.
No one knows. No one's going to know who authorized it. This one said that it's a big pass the buck bullshit story in Washington. They're getting worse and worse. And now the latest dickhead of the year is Arlen Specter, who decided to become a Democrat.
God bless the guy.
God bless the guy.
Going with his heart.
His heart. If that was the case, I wouldn't even mind.
Why is he switching parties?
I wouldn't even mind.
The great senator from
Pennsylvania.
I should know that one.
I wouldn't even mind if it was like, you know something, I really don't feel like the Republican Party is for me anymore, and I'm switching to the Democratic Party. He was getting his ass handed to him in the polls as a Republican, and he knew he couldn't win as a Republican. So to just win an election, he changes to the Democratic Party.
They've been doing that for years.
And he's
Some of these
you know something?
motherfuckers.
Yeah, but this is the most blatant case of that people have ever seen. He's even said it. I mean, and he's only a Republican because that at the time was getting him votes.
Mm-hmm.
He switches back and forth. Whatever party he can win under, that's what'll switch to. He's a big phony piece of shit, and good riddance. Take it easy. Goodbye. I hope a Republican beats you when you're up for election.
The whole system
Really
sucks.
do. Oh, these politicians are worse than ever.
You shouldn't be allowed to switch parties like that.
No.
There should be some strict guidelines to switching parties, don't you think?
And it really
because you got a lot of like rah-rah, supporters that are all about the party.
Yeah.
And you're their party guy, and then you're just saying, fuck that, I'm going over here now with all the votes I got from you people.
Yeah.
Basically.
How much time did he have left before his next election?
I don't know.
You should have to do that after your.
It should be really. You should be able to do that like one time only, and
a
it
year
has
or
to have
something.
very
It was close
strict
enough.
guidelines.
It's close enough to know that he was going to lose. He knew he'd lose as a Republican. He knew he'd lose, so he changed his party just for him.
You should have to do that after you're out. Like you shouldn't be able to do that. What
Shouldn't
the
be able
fuck
to
is
do
that?
it. I know. The guy's a piece of shit, and good riddance. Goodbye. I hope you lose. And man,
Are you saying good riddance because you're a Republican?
no, because he's a dick.
Yeah.
And he can, he's been a liberal ass anyway. He runs, and even when he was a Republican, he'd run on a very Republican conservative platform. And then once he won, he'd completely flip around and become a pretty liberal Democrat in his voting. Mm-hmm. So he's just been a phony piece of shit for years. And bye-bye.
So long. See you later.
Bye-bye. Hope he loses. Hope an election does come up. A Republican does win. That would be hysterical. Oh, I can't wait to hear the ads, too. It's going to be, what party does he belong to this year? Would you vote for a man who changes party affiliations?
He'll still win.
Yeah, probably. And now the Senate's going to have
my God, I think I got the swine flu.
Oh, Jesus.
What? Sorry.
Now the Senate's going to have the numbers they need, where, Obama will pretty much have free reign.
Perfect.
Yeah, great.
Might as well have it all on one side, see what they can do.
Wonderful.
Guess who's pissed off at the swine flu?
Who?
Guess.
Kermit the Frog.
I like playing guess.
Obama?
Nah. He knows what's up. But he's not going to let that out of the bag because he's like, oh, good, distractions.
Oh, yeah,
I
they love
distractions. Presidents love distractions.
Oh, the presidents love them.
So he knows what's up, but he's not going to tell the folks out there that this is just a little worse than the regular flu.
No.
And no, the big scare
It's not even worse, by the way.
Well, the big scare tactic today was people are dying from the swine flu in Mexico, and they will be dying here in America, too.
Dude, that was the biggest
and that scared me a little bit.
Thing that I heard. They were like, there haven't been any deaths related to the swine flu in the United States, but I'm sorry to say that there probably will be deaths.
And then you do a little research, you go, well, yeah, people died from the regular flu. So okay, they're going to continue dying from some form of flu.
Yeah.
You want to guess who's really pissed off about the swine flu? The president? Nah. They love distractions, so that's out.
Pork industry.
Oh, Jimmy?
People who make bacon and ham.
Bring it together.
Pig farmers.
U.S. officials are considering a name change for the swine flu. Farmers say the nickname is sinking their profits. There's concern the name may confuse people into thinking they can catch the virus by eating pork. Some of the new names suggested are the novel flu and the North American influenza. The World Health Organization has no plans to change the name.
No, we like to keep it basic. The swine flu. It'll keep people away from pigs. That might keep the numbers down. You can't have some like generic name for the flu and then have kids petting pigs all over the world.
It's been the swine flu for forever.
Right.
Cares.
Suck it up.
They ought to call it the what's the name? Boyle. The Susan Boyle flu. That's slob.
Yeah, but now we're hearing she might be the third best in that Britain's Got Talent. She was number one.
Yeah, she was number one.
The
and then
monster was number one, and then they had the little black kid.
Little black kid.
Imitating Michael Jackson.
He's
We played
black,
for
that
you.
kid?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, or something.
Whoa.
He's English black. It's different.
Indian or something. Pakistani.
He's dark. He's black.
Then, apparently, this 10-year-old girl comes out, and she's a little ballerina. She's going to do a little ballerina dance. So she starts doing a little ballerina dance, and it wasn't looking like she was going to pull through. Actually, it looked like, what's his name there? Mr. Angry was ready to...
Simon Cowell?
Yeah, Simon was ready to hit the old buzzer on her or something.
No, what happened?
Well, right before that, she starts belting out a song out of this little mouth, and like an angel, her voice like an angel.
Do we have that?
Let's listen to this bitch.
My name's Holly Steele. I'm 10 years old, and I live in Accrington, and I go to school. I live in Accrington.
No, juggling.
This is all a preliminary happy horse shit. Just slide it up until she hits the fucking stage or something.
Slide up to the point where she hits the note.
British are idiots.
She actually, she gets out. Oh, not yet. Yeah.
So there's the ballet part.
Yeah.
Just picture ballet.
And Simon doesn't look happy.
It's purposefully average.
Tutu.
Yes.
Cute little girl, ballet, hopping around on her
Simon's ready to hit it.
And then his hand.
Oh, God. It's so phony.
Fucking English TV stinks.
Oh, who doesn't like saying dance like that?
I could have danced.
I never knew what made it so exciting. While it was my heart.
Thank you.
Boring. Boring.
Stuffy horse shit.
Okay, terrific.
No?
I am fucking so sick of seeing Simon's I can't believe what I'm seeing face.
Oh, my God. He was ready. He had his hand up.
Ah.
He's ready to hit the buzzer. Here's what they do. So the girl kind of looks, and then they show backstage, bam, the music is hit. Cue the music, and right away she starts singing, and Simon goes, oh, his face is like, oh, my God, I've almost made the biggest fucking mistake in my life.
Cheesy show.
It really is such a cheeseball. Like, if this was American Idol, Americans wouldn't... And Americans are the dumbest motherfuckers when it comes to television.
Yes.
They like some real shit. But they would look at that and go, come on, stop it.
Hokey shit.
You're bullshitting me. And YouTube, there's been quite a few videos where it's like, fake, so fake, totally fake.
How is it fake? She said dogs.
No, she's singing. She could have danced all night.
Danced all night.
But the whole setup is so phony of how Simon was ready to hit the button. Like, Simon wouldn't be, like, briefed before going, look, she's going to do this ballet thing, but
she's
the
making good
voice
TV.
she's got is fucking amazing. So wait for her to start singing. And like, he's like, oh, boy, here I go. I'm going to hit it.
And the ballet wasn't even good. They keep trying to recreate the moment of holy mackerel. Gives a fuck.
Yeah, that's what it is. Holy mackerel.
That America's Got Talent is way better than American Idol, way better than Dancing with the Stars, because you get a little of everything. I like the Got Talent shows.
I don't watch it.
You didn't watch America's Got Talent?
3 minutes, I know what's going on.
You didn't watch America's Got Talent?
No.
That's all right, man.
No.
It's not too bad.
No.
I'm just glad you're alive, Anthony.
Why? Poor Kay.
Well, we had a little cliffhanger last night on the old YouTube.
Oh, the YouTube from Real Rock TV.
And everyone's like, "Well, thank God, I know the outcome of the cliffhanger."
I was
from
trapped.
11 years ago.
When last left, Anthony was trapped in a mime practice box with no air.
Jimmy, did you see the follow-up to the Anthony Mime
I did
video?
not see the follow-up.
On Deuce Chill Theater.
Please, can we see the follow-up? I didn't know there was a follow-up. I was just hoping he died.
Well, why don't you explain the original, Jimmy, for everybody?
The original is Opie and Anthony are in a little room, and Anthony's behind Opie.
Can you make sure people know it's 11 years ago?
It's 11 years ago.
Possibly 12.
Possibly 12 years ago, closer to 11, feels like one. Opie is introducing what is guaranteed to be an action-packed, phenomenal show, and yet listing none of the things that would make a show action-packed and good.
Right.
And pointing to his partner, Anthony, who's in the back doing a mime. He's in a clear box pretending to be a mime, and he's talking through the glass. And they said, like, in a couple weeks, they tell me I can get out of the box.
Yeah.
Well, because he wants to be a mime, man.
No, you know what that was? That was, there was a clear box in the room. And we decided, what can we do that's going to be hilarious with this box?
What's in the box?
What could we do?
And then someone thought of it, and they said, forget it, let's not do that.
Yeah, that ain't it.
What's in the box? So, well, yeah. We didn't have time to write for a TV show. We were barely writing for our radio show.
Of course.
So last we left Anthony, he was still practicing to be a mime at the beginning of the show. And by the end of the show, Jimmy, all hell breaks loose. And you haven't seen this yet?
No, I have not.
You know.
I like to watch here.
All right, here we go.
Well, there you have it, another WAF Real Rock TV show. And what do you think of the show this week? If you got a comment about the WAF Real Rock TV show, you could get to us on the web, www.waf.com. And
if you're concerned.
On next week's show, we got an interview with Korn and a live performance from Cake and much more. But, and Ian, put the camera down. He can't breathe.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What a douchey.
Corn and cake. Ooh, that sounds good. Delicious.
See, but if you were so concerned, why were you giving the plugs out?
Well, I was, because I still thought that you were all right. And then if you didn't notice the brilliant acting on my part, I was like, I was pumping it up, getting a little more nervous as the piece went along.
Yeah.
And by the end, oh my God, I don't think he's breathing. Ian drops the camera sideways, so you can tell that he dropped the camera.
You have to.
And then he runs toward the glass box to help our pal get out of the glass box.
To be closer to Opie.
Probably. What the hell was going on there?
I don't know. He had some issues.
That was, oof.
Wow, that was really douchey.
What do you think, Jimmy? That wasn't as bad as the others.
Well, I mean, I understood your panic at the end because Ant wasn't moving.
Yes, my portrayal of the passed out suffocating guy, I think, was great.
We probably just filmed that on a Saturday morning when we had to do our Saturday show, and you were probably still hungover or drunk, so we'd like, just get in the box and just don't move.
Yeah.
We'll make it easy for you.
Yeah, probably.
Just make it easy. Jimmy doesn't have much on that one. All right.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's just Anthony in the back in a box, and you're just plugging stuff.
And knocking on the box.
And your panic at the end is actually really well acted, and the camera goes on an angle, and what's going to happen?
Looked like the end of Dawn of the Dead, the new the remake there.
Dawn of the Douche.
Dawn of the Douche. Yeah.
So we get to skate on that one? We skate?
No, I want to skate.
We fell through the ice.
We skate
long ago.
It was just, to me, it was the conclusion of the first one. I want to see the skateboard one.
We're holding back the skateboard.
That one is.
We're holding back.
Which new one do we get today?
Did you see the cheese one?
I have not. No. That's why I'm not. Because that's what I'm thinking of. Because
the cheese one is also a follow-up to the video of us breaking the law by going through the red light, even though you officially don't see us going through the red light because the lawyers got involved and said you can't actually go through the red light because then we're going to have the authorities knocking down our doors here at AAF. So it stops just before we break the law. But then you learned, if you've been following the saga of our tapes from 11 years ago, that my car was impounded for going through a red light, going 5 to 10 miles an
And
hour.
you're angry. My favorite part is you're angry walking. You get the hat on and your handshake, the angry
And I
arms
called
moving.
you our favorite felon, like it's a felony to
Oh,
get a red light ticket. And,
Well, before Jimmy, before the car got impounded, we decided to have some more fun and shenanigans.
More
on the
crazy
road.
adventures.
So we went up to the drive-thru. Who hasn't done a drive-thru prank?
You know, they are amongst the funniest pranks.
Oh my God, they're great. I love some of the drive-thru pranks, by the way, that the news is shocked about. I love the shake one. Have you seen the shake
I've
one?
heard it. What is that when they throw it at the person?
Just throw it back at them.
I don't know these people or these workers, so in my world, they are hilarious. If one of my family members were working at a drive-thru or got hit by a shake or whatever the fuck they throw, then I'd be probably pissed. But, you know, when you don't know the people, hilarious. You've never seen the shake?
Yeah, I
bit?
have. It's very fun. Where they just what do
They pull up to the drive-thru window and they already have a shake.
Oh, they already have one. Okay, I didn't know.
I've seen the ones where they've ordered the shake, and then the person gives them the shake.
Okay,
they
right.
take it out of the bag, and then throw it right back at them.
Because that's the double drive-through window, right?
Yeah. Is it?
Is it?
Yeah, because they're pulling up and they are rocking the shakes.
Can we see one?
Yes.
Yeah, now we have to see.
I know
one
I've
to
seen.
see
I have seen one.
the
It was very
logistics
funny.
of this.
Stephen S. from Bayshore, brilliant is not the term that should be used to describe your acting. Oh, I know. I was being sarcastic.
Brilliant.
I was being
What's
a little
going on with this
sarcastic.
tractor-trailer tractor?
Nothing.
I see. They showed me the same fucking clip.
Nothing.
Of no action. I don't know how that ends, but there's a woman apparently on the back of it where usually the trailer gets attached to, and one of the tires are blown out. The thing's going down the road with sparks shooting out of it, and then they cut to some fucking bullshit. The news stinks.
Here's the shake video. We'll find out what that's about.
Shake.
Here you go, Jimmy. I can't really see from my angle.
A red pickup truck make its way to the drive-through window. You'll see him throw this concoction of hot sauce and Gatorade onto the employee, and now the person behind the wheel will face charges. Police say the incident happened at the subway on Jacktown Hill in North Huntingdon Friday night at about 10:30. You can see the red pickup truck pull up to the drive-thru, order food, and even pay for it. But when the clerk was returning his change, you see a red liquid being thrown right into the clerk's eyes. For more than 15 minutes, he tried to refocus while his eyes teared up from the burn of what smelled like hot sauce.
We want restaurants that have drive-through windows that know that, you know, this.
That's a dick that's not.
What a dick!
That's a dick that's not keeping the prank fun. What has he
No.
got? Fucking Tabasco in his in his shake or whatever.
That's
It's
not good.
It's basically a Frosty or a soda. You don't jazz it up. It's funny in its own right.
Did they show the guy who did it? What a douche!
Hold on, let me go to Kevin and Philly. They got a name for this. Kevin and Philly.
Yo, fellas.
Hey.
It's called a fire in the hole.
Yeah, fire in the hole.
Oh, yeah, you fire in the hole. You yell fire in the hole.
And then throw.
Look at the guy's face as he sees it coming towards him. He knows the jig's up.
If you ordered 2 drinks while they're handing you your food after they give you drinks, you fire them right back in their face.
I'm sorry that I think this is funny.
They're yelling fire in the hole. Video of firebombing or unloading liquid on drive-thru employees is a hit on YouTube. There are hundreds of videos of teens doing it, but North Huntingdon police say they won't get away with it here. They plan to charge the driver of this red pickup truck with assault, disorderly conduct, and harassment.
Being an asshole.
What a douche!
God, you're on camera there. They got everything.
Yeah, you're kind of stupid. But don't do this, by the way, because they're catching everybody now.
If I could find it, there's a video of this going wrong for the prankster. Ooh, where he goes to throw it, and then I guess he doesn't release or something, and the guy just grabs it out of his hand and just flings it back into his guy's
Nice.
car.
Perfect.
There's a now they probably just have a camera just fucking grabbing license plates. What do you?
Yeah.
Not now. They could grab license plates.
Yeah, they've had that for a while.
Yeah, they got that. All right, back to Real Rock TV. So we did our own drive-through prank.
Oh, man.
Wow, much better. Oh, fire in the hole failed? Is that it?
I don't know. I gotta find it.
Yeah, fine. We'll get it on the radio in a second. But first, the cheese bit for Jimmy.
I have not seen the cheese bit. Is it good, Ant?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't?
No, I like doing these on the air.
Okay, yeah, me too.
Because they're so douchey. I don't want to be desensitized from the douchiness by previewing them.
You got to go way down there.
What did you think of your performance in the box?
Is it on?
It's on, yeah.
I like that one.
Which
I
one?
didn't, my performance in the box. I didn't have to talk or do anything. I just kind of laid there.
Okay, here it goes.
All right, here we go.
Hi, may I take your order, please?
Hi, this is going to sound really weird, but I need just a piece of cheese.
Can you stop that?
1 slice of American cheese, please.
See,
this is wild, man. Let me tell you. Who does this?
Let me tell you. Who does this right? Who actually gives away the whole prank right from the get-go?
Well,
this is going to sound weird, but... Huh?
Yeah, you said this is going to sound weird. You should have just ordered it.
Right, why would
Because
you
you're
just
acknowledging it's weird, so the person might go, all right, he said it's going to sound weird, so why
So
don't I
you're
just
already
give him a slice
preparing
of
them.
cheese?
Yeah, you're already preparing them for something weird.
Yeah.
Instead of just going, hey, I need a piece of cheese.
You just go, slice of American cheese.
And they go,
What?
what the fuck's wrong with you?
Slice of American cheese.
So you don't get the reaction of, what? What are you talking about?
This might sound odd. We're filming something for Real Rock TV, and we need it to be as douchey as possible. So
act natural like I am.
You'd be the worst candid camera person. You'd walk in and go, look, you're on candid camera, but behave like you're not. We're going to tell you again at the end that you are.
By the way, a lot of people have been bringing up in the last week or so, and I'll read Jeff from Staten Island, this instant feedback. The next jerk-off that says they were so much better when they were on AAF, I will hunt them down, staple their eyes open, a la Clockwork Orange, and force them to watch a continuous loop of every episode of Real Rock TV. That's why we always laugh when people go, they were so much better. Add radio station here.
yeah, you only saw the highlights.
Or
You
even-
heard the highlights over the years.
We're even better from the WNEW days.
We rule.
All right, here we go. The cheese bit. If you want to back up, because we could enjoy it a second time.
Yes.
Hi, may I take your order, please?
Hi, this is going to sound really weird, but I need just a piece of cheese. 1 slice of American cheese, please. You see, my mom gave me a ham sandwich this morning, and I told her I always need cheese on my ham sandwich, so I need 1 slice of American cheese. And I don't need fries with that.
Just come around to the second window.
Well, how much does a piece of cheese cost?
I have no way of charging you, sir.
Yeah, I'll pay for it. What, a quarter?
Come around to the second window, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
It's your cheese.
Cool. Piece of cheese!
Give me half.
No!
It's free.
No! You got enough of that government cheese at home, man.
Oh.
Cheesy!
Oh.
You can say that again.
Oh, with a capital C. Oh.
Boy.
Wow.
Jay from Huntington writes, Opie tried to prank the drive-thru, but wound up pranking the audience.
That is so...
What? What happened?
The way to do it would have been just a piece of cheese, please.
Yeah, I know.
And behave as if it's normal. And don't explain why.
I know that now.
You actually gave the person a legitimate
Yes.
reason to give you a piece of cheese.
Yeah.
Like she'd have been a cunt if she didn't give you cheese.
Yeah.
Even if she did.
Oh, yeah. She's still
Yeah, if you don't...
Sure.
That's what I said at the top. You don't say, this is going to sound weird, but...
And then the
you
fact
just
that
do
you
the
said,
weird thing.
You know, with a ham sandwich and you don't have the cheese, it's like, oh, all right, that sounds reasonable. I'll give him the cheese.
I made it perfectly reasonable for her to hand over a slice of cheese.
Yes. You said, do you have Prince Albert in a can? And by that I mean the food in the small can.
Yes, do you have that? Of course, Prince Albert in a can was tobacco, I believe.
Was it really? I didn't know that until just now. Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I thought it was some kind of like tuna product. Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Prince Albert in a can, and they give you food. That would be weird.
Yeah.
Trying to smoke some type of beef product.
How about this? Look, I understand your refrigerator doesn't have feet, but is it running?
By running, I mean is the compressor going on and off at a reasonable time, and your temperature is set low.
People are suggesting we try the bit all over again today.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I might have to...
Sure, it'll be so good.
I might have to redo that bit with my gray hair coming in.
Dude, it would be funny.
Really look pathetic.
Reenact Real Rock TV today.
It could be really funny.
It could be fucking hilarious.
You know, how, like, make believe this is for the Opie and Anthony movie. So we like play it the exact same way, but it's current.
Yeah, with better camera work and stuff.
I'll find a wig that brings my hair back to 1996.
Wow.
Hi, is this Bob's Bowling Alley? Do you have 16-pound balls? No, just the ones, to bowl with, because those are the ones I use.
Right.
You do? All right, I'll be right down to bowl. Thank you. How do you walk with them?
Yeah, try to get the line in. When
ruin the joke.
When the coast is clear, then it's time to get the line in. So there you go, Jimmy.
And you asked her for something that is readily available in the store.
I understand.
Like, you should have asked for anything else, a 2x4.
Exactly.
If the prank worked out, we wouldn't be replaying it 11 years later.
This is true.
I like to order things that like just don't exist on the menu, but kind of sound like they could. Like
that might work.
Yeah, steak-a-tarelli. What? A steak-a-tarelli? What is that?
We don't have.
Yeah, just make it up.
I'm looking at it right here on the drive-thru.
Not that that's a funny.
Oh, what a dummy!
Oh, did that guy get nailed?
So we're watching a video of a guy doing Fire in the Hole. He made a horrible mistake. The drive-thru guy gives him the first shake.
And what's he doing?
And there's a second shake on the shelf. And before the guy is handed the second shake, the guy in the car throws the first shake back, allowing the guy in the drive-thru window to retaliate because there's still a shake sitting there.
He just lightly flung it at him, though. He could have wailed that thing right at him.
Mm-hmm. All right,
what a dummy. He's got a drink right there. Fire in the Hole. And then he kind of wings it at him. He should have thrown it at his head full blast.
What a dick.
That's pretty good.
All right, we're going to take our first break. By the way, I think I lost Sam in the Real Rock TV project. He's like,
what?
Hey, man, why don't we give it a rest for a little while?
I'm busy.
I don't think he wants to go through any more tapes. I think it finally hit him, too.
He's douched out?
Yeah, so the skateboarding clip might be later on this week.
Yeah.
We're going to slow down a little bit.
Got to do that one.
I think we got about 5 or 6 more that are worth putting up there, and then we'll move on from that bit.
I want to see his little duck feet, I'm sure.
He's not walking down the hall?
His feet are awful.
Opie Radio on YouTube to check out those videos. And now this, as we go to break.
Yeah. It's Kenny, baby. Shit. CSK. Retard in the house. In the O&A hizzy. In the serious hizzy. 202, y'all. Let me tell you something. Sometimes I rhyme slow, sometimes I rhyme slower. That's because I'm a grower, not a shower. Chillin' with the chick, who I hope don't have a dick, cause if she do, I'll be out of there quick. Some G's are ballers, some G's are players. Me, I just want a ball-up player. 6 figures don't mean shit to me, cause it's too many zeros. All I care about is Opie, my hero. Not to mention Anthony, the coolest guy since OPP. And Jimmy, too, who makes a big poo and smells his farts cause he's got a big heart. Yeah. And their names O to the P, to the I, to the E, to the A, to the N, to the D, to the capital A, to the N, to the T, to the H, to the O, to the N, to the Y, and let's not forget little J-I-double-M-Y, Opie and Anthony and little Jimmy. Big shout out to Primetime, my producer.
Opie and Anthony, swine flu update. Now, this is what we had written this morning. 68 cases confirmed in the U.S. Officials say they expect someone to die in the U.S. Well, guess what? That very thing just happened.
We have our first reported death
of the swine flu. A 23-month-old in Texas has died from the swine flu.
There you go.
23-month-olds also died from the flu.
I'm sleeping.
The flu. Swine flu outbreak on the Upper West Side. It's everywhere. But we don't know what to believe because the news doesn't tell us the news anymore. They sensationalize everything, so we don't know how high this fear thing should go.
It is so sensational.
Obviously, it's a little worse than the flu. We know that much, right?
No, it's not.
They're
They've
saying it's
said
not even worse than the regular flu.
No, it's not worse than the regular flu.
They just don't know how to what?
No.
Is it just a branch?
Nothing. There's nothing different from this flu than other flus. As a matter of fact, I heard it's fairly mild as far as flus go.
So then why the hell are they hyping the shit out of
I
this?
don't fucking know, because of the Mexican deaths.
Because they haven't seen this strain of the flu before?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Now they're saying Connecticut, infections, ?
They
Holy
they want people walking around with masks on and just freaking out and losing their minds.
Yes, Kenny.
1010 Winds was reporting this morning that on average 40,000 people a year die from influenza.
In the United States?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So that number's a little
See?
higher than we had this morning. So, you know.
It's-
Is influenza the flu? Yeah.
Yes, that's where flu comes from, the flu part of influenza. Couldn't call it in and enza, silly. I have
influenza,
enza.
duh, okay.
Influenza.
I don't feel well, but I don't feel flu sick. I just feel like I got a sore throat.
That's how it starts. My throat's a little scratchy, and when I swallow,
it hurts.
It hurts a little bit, and then I was sneezing and coughing up blood, and I had a pus coming out of my ass. And
that would be the Ebola.
I have Ebola.
Great.
Do you know what happened last night? I was trying to sleep, and because my throat is sore, your body makes mucus and stuff to coat it. So it was like all coated with like a thick mucus. So I kept going. You ever go to spit and you're trying to suck it out, and it's like a gallon of fucking like gook you spit out? But it's only mucus.
And you can't get to the end of the goop trail. I love that one. The fuck? You start making noises you didn't know you could make.
You guys live here in Manhattan.
Yes, we do.
You
How do
see
you
a
know
lot
that?
of people.
How do you know that?
I don't know. I've been stalking you. Have you seen anyone yet wearing a mask?
Yeah, we see those people every day.
You do?
Yeah, before the swine flu outbreak.
Do you point and laugh?
Yes, just yesterday I was in the supermarket and there was this like elderly couple, and not only were they wearing masks, but they were also wearing latex gloves.
And then they robbed the place.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan, you go.
And then started sticking their fingers in people's heinies.
Yes, they were there to rob / give colon checks.
They're these stick fingers in people hind. Oh boy, forget it. Too wordy.
It's all right.
I
You
was
just
trying to
pluralized the
describe-
wrong part.
I know. I was trying to describe what kind of robbing they like to do. They insult you in the end by sticking a finger in your hiney after they rob you.
That's funny.
Say
As
that
you're
one
emptying
word.
your wallet out, they got a finger in your ass.
Oh,
it's pretty funny.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing we like to do. Bend over.
This is how we rob.
Right.
Let me show you now.
Right. All right.
Wow, I didn't realize that people were walking around with the masks on
Well, they've been
around
doing
the
that
city.
for a while. Mostly Asians. And I'm not
Really?
stereotyping,
Afraid of
but
SARS.
9 out of 10, you'll see, if you see someone with a mask, it's an Asian, and the 1 out of 10 is a doctor that's just a little late for an operation.
This is so
running
sad.
with his mask.
I'm on like answers.yahoo.com where people could just get like everyday answers for stuff. So
and the news could do this too, right?
Oh, absolutely. And
Okay.
someone's asking what's the difference between swine flu and regular flu. I'm 13 and scared.
Aw.
And there's just a whole thread of all these kids. They're scared because
Paul.
they don't know what they're supposed to do.
What's
I'm
the
14.
answer?
I'm scared too. Just everybody's saying calm down. Just wash your hands, avoid crowds and everything. But yeah, it really is disgusting how just the news is scaring the crap out of
It's scaring everybody. It's scaring the children. That's it's something. That's a prime example. Thanks for pointing that out. It says, the difference between swine flu and regular flu. I'm 13 and scared! Exclamation points and all kinds of things behind it. And we are constantly being chastised for doing things under the guise of, the children. Look what you're doing to the children. What, making them laugh from a duty joke or something? This is legitimately scaring children shitless. They're fucking scared. And it's the news doing it.
I was walking down the sidewalk yesterday and heard a mommy, for real, describing the swine flu to her little youngster. 'Cause
Yeah?
he was scared. I just remember that as you were saying that, because I passed by oh, just get out of my way. I want to go home.
I just want to go around coughing in people's faces.
But she was, I like parents that are completely honest with their kids. She said it. It's a flu that people are dying from. I was like, wow.
That people are dying from?
I was like, wow.
Just one in the U.S. That stupid little kid.
I thought your job as a parent was to kind of let the kid off the hook a little bit.
Yeah, lie to him.
Lie to him,
calm them down.
They make it sound like it's 28 days later, and all the infected are running through the streets.
Oh, I could only.
Well, that's what the news
wish.
really wants.
They want that so bad. Oh, they want that.
Of course they do. I'm so sick. There's got to be one place we could go for the news. Is there any place on the internet? No, for real, Ann. You go to news sites probably more than I do.
Mogulus.com/Anthony Radio.
Perfect.
Oh, and that's just self-promoting.
Actually, Anthony Cumia, right? No,
Good.
Anthony Radio.
Hope you get out another one.
No, it is Anthony Radio.
Candace in Florida.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Gives a shit.
Yeah, right. Tell your story walking big tits.
Matter of fact, I don't
How did you know?
Oh, you got the big tits?
Could hear it resonating in your voice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. Imagine the only cure for the swine flu is to suckle on those big memories of yours.
He'll be chasing you around.
How great would that be? It's not even cheating because you're getting healthy.
Right.
Exactly. No, I was calling because last night I was flipping through the channels and just happened to catch one of the promos for the news last night, and it's only a matter of time before swine flu comes to South Florida. What can we do?
We need a stinger today.
Nothing. Can't do anything.
And my sister is freaking out. She's calling it Captain Trips from the stands.
Yes.
The good book to stand, except I hate the way Stephen King named the one guy the walking dude.
Oh,
that was so stupid.
Well, he went by a few different names, so it wasn't that bad that it was just the walking
And
dude.
what was the old black woman's name? Mother, it was some Abigail or some.
You come
Abigail,
see
yeah.
Mother Abigail. Oh God, it's got to be some old black woman with all the wisdom. Shut up.
You bring up a good point about Stephen King, though. He doesn't name his characters sometimes.
Some are horrible.
The guy could write an 800-page novel, but when it comes to trying to figure out cool names for his characters, he kind of falls apart sometimes.
Yeah.
Lawnmower Man.
And apparently he can't get a
Lawnmower
screenplay together.
Man?
Yep.
How about just Man? He's the guy that goes around and goes, yeah.
Trucks was Maximum Overdrive was originally called just Trucks.
Yeah.
Bubba. I had been trying to get Stephen King on this fucking radio show for 2 years, and I even said, look, we won't even talk books. This guy has a nice little take on pop culture.
Talk about anything.
Talk about pop culture with Stephen King would rule. But we can't get him. I don't know why.
No.
Dude, he's Stephen King. But what an amazingly prolific guy he is. Like, the guy writes nothing but 600-page books. Like, he doesn't shit dick on anything. Like, they're all long.
Yeah.
He really fucking is a creative dude, man. Like, he's just...
All right.
How you can write that much.
No.
Amazing.
We're doing some swine flu stuff.
Swine?
Listen to this. Who are you, buddy?
It's Michael.
All right, Michael. Your name wasn't on the screen. Mike in New York. What do you got?
Mike?
Okay. Yeah, it's Mike. Dude, remember me? No, I was watching Channel 11 last night, Pix 11. They had somebody from the CDC with a map of the United States running models. Like, this is a model for the spread of the swine flu.
Oh, yeah?
And they showed this red dot, a bunch of red dots spreading across the map. And they said, according to this model, swine flu is going to wipe out half the U.S. population.
Come on, wipe out.
If what
they could
happened,
not possibly say that.
It's going to kill half the population of the United States. They said those words.
No way.
Someone find that.
They said, of course, that's just a model, and if you look, and if we intervene, and then we're going to show you a different model, and if we intervene, then it's only going to, spread this much, and if we put in the vaccine, then it's going to only spread out this much. But even, they just show these red dots spreading across the United States. It's panic mongering.
Like in any of the movies, like Outbreak and stuff, where they show the United States and go, here's one scenario, here's another, here's another, and it's just, and everything covers up, doubles and doubles.
This swine flu is perfect for the media. We don't know what to believe. Sorry. I have no idea.
It's just so fucking irresponsible.
Of course it is.
And they're trying to figure out why more people are dying in Mexico than here, and it's because it's Mexico.
Yeah.
It's just, I can't imagine the health care there is very good.
You got to think their immune systems are a little weaker to begin with.
And you also got to think there's not doctors readily available in a lot of places. A lot of these off the beaten path places.
We've all eaten refried beans. Is there any nutritional value to that stuff?
No.
Raw sewage flowing through the streets. I mean, I'll bet people are dying from a lot of other shit too.
Yeah, the ant just made
You know, it's
Thank you, sir.
The news is so competitive now that it's almost like the way you can get information so readily and easily makes it more tabloid because the pressure is so on them to have you watch them. It's almost like years ago when it was Cronkite and two others. They'd kind of just tell you what was happening because where the fuck else are you going to go?
Yeah.
Wait for the paper tomorrow, watch us, or watch someone else. Go fuck yourself.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I hear Jon Stewart had a fine angle on the swine flu.
Did he?
This is all the stuff the guys, if they're listening in the office, should be taking a peek at for us today. Nick in Buffalo, how are you?
Did he blame Bush for it?
Probably.
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
All right, Nick.
Anthony, I heard on the news last evening while I was driving that the reason why this is different than a regular flu is because it's resistant to the vaccines that they have. They have 2 vaccines, and it's resistant to both of them right now. I guess it's because the vaccines are old. You know, they have to update the vaccines every year to make them fight the different strains as the strains mutate.
Yeah.
But the 2 vaccines that they have now, this swine flu is resistant. So that's, I hate to correct Professor Anthony, but
No, that's fine.
that's what I heard, dude.
All right. Thank you, sir. Are they working on a vaccine?
I guess so.
Seems like it's an easy vaccine to figure out.
Most people get it. It sucks for a couple of days. Yeah, I had the fucking flu, like, 6 months ago or something?
I don't know.
And it just sucked. You lay in bed, you feel like shit, aches and pains, fever, and then one day you wake up and go, oh, that's better. All right.
I was going to say, and then one day they
Got through that.
They replaced the Guinness keg, and everything's okay.
And
again.
everything's fine. I will say alcohol does help when you're sick.
It actually does.
Yeah, you have some brandy, you sweat it out.
Especially if you have a little stomach flu. You put some hard liquor in there, kills everything.
Oh, yeah.
Kills everything in sight.
Nothing better than a little tummy ache, and then you drink a little something and go like, wow, that made it really bad.
Congress may overturn online gambling ban.
Good.
Let's see, the government, they make believe they are looking out for our best interest, but they look at us as a way of making money.
Cha-ching.
And they realize they're losing too much money by not allowing us to gamble online, so now they're thinking about overturning that so they get their taste.
Tax it.
So they get their piece of the action.
So they can tax it.
They don't give a shit if you gamble your life savings away. They don't,
No, they don't
care.
care.
They just want to make sure they get their cut. That's all. That's all that's about.
Yep.
You watch. The marijuana thing, that thing is starting to
got some legs. Yeah, they're gonna.
We are going to legalize marijuana in the next 10 years.
We like the show?
Well, it could be our platform. They are going to legalize marijuana,
And
especially
tax it,
if they can't turn this economy around, because they're going to start looking for ways to make money.
Turn it around.
And that's a biggie, right?
Look at this. Let me read. Your mouth to God's ears, Opie.
The marijuana
A lot of people love their pot. And it's still, illegal.
Nah, they're going to figure it out. They're going to, like we said, they're doing the medical marijuana, so they're kind of like experimenting, seeing, you know, what kind of effect that's having in society and stuff. Because we learned from, Doug Benson and a few other people that you have a little chronic headache, you get
get some chronic.
The medical marijuana, right.
How do you think people would receive going to a store and buying pot as opposed to going to a friend and buying pot? Like, especially at the beginning. Let's say they legalize weed. Some places open up.
That could
you
be
can
the
buy
problem
weed.
right there.
People might go like, you know something? Yeah, I'd like to go in there and buy that, but fuck, I don't know. They're watching me or some other shit, and my buddy's got some great weed. Why don't I just get that?
I bet you that's what they're trying to figure out.
How
because
to, keep
if they
the
legalize
competition
it,
away.
why wouldn't you still be buying it from your friend's friend?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's easier.
But can I say the thrill of buying
under the radar?
The thrill of buying it legally. People will love to buy pot legally, and they'll love to be able to just go I want to go get some pot.
Can I have some marijuana? You'll be in the store just looking around at everybody. Pot! I'm buying some pot!
And you can choose from the different types you want. Like, I think that if...
Yeah,
I think people would do it legally.
And weed is one of those things that, like, picture this also. You buy some pot, you smoke it.
So sorry.
And then you go, this pot sucks. Like when you buy Jack Daniels or something, you know every fucking bottle is going to get you fucked up.
Right.
Doesn't matter. You don't get a bottle of Jack, pour out some shots and go, This Jack sucks.
There's a ruined relationship in every bottle.
A black eye in every bottle.
You make a good point. You ever wonder how like your favorite product tastes exactly the same every fucking time you buy it?
You gotta watch how it's made.
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing, the machinery.
But it's like they don't fuck up the formula slightly where all of a sudden you get your ketchup or whatever it is and you're like, wait, wow, this one tastes a little different.
That quality control.
It never tastes different, ever.
They're going to need some kind of pot quality control.
Right.
And, maybe they'll get that, but I can't see that happening immediately.
Look, it's been said a million times, but fucking alcohol is way worse than marijuana.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't believe as a society we just make believe that's not true. That statement is not true.
I think we're working
It is
off
amazing to me.
We're working off an archaic kind of belief in what weed is and was. You know, years ago, you watch Reefer Madness. Dude, that's insanity.
I read. I wish I had more facts, so I'm not sure if this is entirely correct.
Then you fit in perfectly.
Exactly.
But I do remember.
This isn't the facts and knowledge show.
I remember watching something, and all those old Reefer Madness movies and stuff like that. It was a big smear campaign. And it was financed by a guy who ran a paper business, and he was trying to smear marijuana because he was afraid because hemp was like more, it was easier to produce, it yielded more paper or whatever. So he just launched this huge smear campaign against marijuana.
Fucking brilliant on his part.
Yeah, because it was it was in his monetary best interest.
Yeah, and the stigma is still there. Like there's this stigma with pot that it's a drug. It's, bad for you. It makes you do fucked up things, and it shouldn't be legalized because what of the children? You regulate it, you tax the shit out of it. Oh, imagine what they would tax. Imagine what the tax on pot would be.
How much you think? What are cigarettes up to?
$10 a pack we saw. So
Yeah.
I don't know what the tax is, but $10.
But most of that is taxes.
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
going
yeah.
to some,
Hell yeah.
some filthy animal. Hey,
it would be
go ahead.
amazing what they would charge tax on weed because I think a pack of joints would be a lot more than a pack of cigarettes, and the tax on it would just be fucking crazy.
Only difference is, though, it's considered medical marijuana, whereas cigarettes have no redeeming medical value.
Let's say I'm talking legalization of pot for recreational use, not even medical anymore.
Oh no, they're only doing the medical thing to kind of experiment. They're going to just have full out. You could buy marijuana like you could buy a 6-pack on a Friday afternoon.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking.
Oh
like,
yeah,
like
they're not even going to like fuck around with why they're legalizing.
Yeah.
They're like, oh fuck, people enjoy this. We get a little taste of the action. So yeah, go buy your marijuana after a long week of work.
Don't you hear people give bad examples? Like, yeah, why people going to be running around buying pot like that? Like corn chips. What?
Hey, hold that thought, because I don't want to lose Matt's great line here. Matt on Long Island, Ed was talking about having the flu. The swine flu is happening these days. Matt, what do you got?
Yeah, usually when Anthony gets sick, it's because he has the wine flu.
Oh, the wine flu. I was feeling a little touch of the wine flu yesterday.
Are you?
Yeah, a little touch. Came down with a little a bout of the wine flu.
If we could find it, Bill Hicks talking about how much more dangerous alcohol is over pot. Would be a nice little clip to play today if we could find it in the big master computer. So I think the marijuana thing's coming. Yeah,
I think so too.
Especially in this horrid economy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, what they do!
Just to rake in the money and bounce the budget, legalize pot. The fuck?
Frank the trucker, I don't even need to go to his call. He goes, "How do they drug test if they legalize pot? If pot's in your system, if it's legal, that you're not breaking any law. They'll change all the laws."
No, I think you could still drug test.
Sure.
For job-related things, like if they don't want you smoking pot.
But if it's
on
legal,
the job, like, what about drinking? I mean,
they don't test you for drinking.
No, but
if you come to work drunk, too many times, they might fire you.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess they wouldn't be testing that.
No,
what do I know?
But there's certain jobs could have the requirement that even though it is a legal product, it's still a mood-altering thing, and they don't want you taking it. Like, they could still say we don't want cops smoking pot or firemen. They could still say that.
Yeah.
I got one for Danny. Tom in Baltimore has a problem with Danny's facts. Tom.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, so Danny's worried about getting his facts right. He's quoting Brian the dog off of Family Guy.
Did you get your facts from Family Guy?
Yeah, but then you do some research and it's the truth.
And we're bitching about the media not telling us what's going on. We're getting our facts from Family
the
Guy.
dog on Family Guy.
No, it's right here.
Danny, is that why you prefaced it with, I'm not sure if this is right because I got it from a cartoon?
I didn't realize where I just knew I heard it somewhere.
Apparently Acme was making these anvils that would fall off of cliffs.
Oh, Tom, that's great. Do we have the song?
Yeah, we have it, yeah.
All right, listen to this.
Now everybody gather round and listen if you would. When I tell you every person needs a way of feeling good. Every kitty needs a ball of string and every dog a stick. But all you need is a bag of weed to really get a kick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A bag of weed, oh everything is better with a bag of weed. It's the only help that you'll ever need because everything is better with a bag of weed. There you go, you're all getting it now. When Texas people want to feel good, they go assault a queer. When stupid people need a thrill, they rent the Rocketeer. When Michael Jackson needs a rush, he humps a guy like me. But all we need is a bag of weed to keep us worry-free. 1, 2, 3, oh! A bag of weed, oh everything is better with a bag of weed. No, you don't need nothing, you don't need speed, because everything is better with a bag of weed. Have a go, Brian. As Mr. H.L. Mencken said, the common man's a fool. And just like Helen Keller said, proof do give people cool. But try and use your heads and don't buy into all the fear. That's all we need is a bag of weed to make us want to cheer. And 1, 2, a bag of weed, oh everything is better with a bag of weed. You can try and fight, but we're all agreed, because everything is better with a bag of weed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and a 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5, and a 6, and a 7. Oh, a bag of weed, oh everything is better with a bag of weed. You're a happy guy when you plant the seed, because everything is better with a bag of weed. Oh, everything is better with a bag of weed.
That fucking Family Guy.
That's
My
funny.
God.
Their musical productions are amazing.
They're
just the quality of the sound.
I saw them live at Radio City.
Was that good? Because we
Dude,
kind of
was-
trashed that going. Who would want to see that?
It was really cool.
It was.
It was actually
huh?
really cool just to watch them do these songs live with
Yeah.
a 50, 60 piece orchestra behind
Jeez,
them.
I would check that out.
It was crazy.
Yeah, we laughed at it like that's silly. I want
It
to
was
watch the
very cool.
cartoon.
I mean, they did touch on it in that episode about pot being illegal, but I mean, it stems from real things. I mean, this guy Hearst, he had all these timber companies, and it's just based on real facts. So
Right.
just because you get
That's
a
all
fact
right.
from
You
a
don't have to
cartoon,
explain, Dave.
it's no big deal. No, I know.
Take your little beating.
Yeah,
It was
Dan,
funny.
there's no need to defend it.
It was funny. Let the tire
You're
run
a
over your
fool.
foot. Let the school bus run over your foot. It's okay. You'll be all right. You know what? I
You're a
can't.
yutz.
After hearing that song and how clever it is and how creative it is, it's just amazing that Family Guy was taking off our TVs. I mean, they're way past that now. But how do you say this show isn't good?
Was it ratings that didn't do well?
Probably, but
they kept moving it around different times and different days, so no one ever knew when it was on.
But it's obvious that it was
show.
a monster, man. You know, you try to figure out how to make it work.
How long was it off?
I don't know, like a year or two, right?
It was off like 2 years.
Yeah, it
and
was gone.
The DVD sales brought it back because they were just through the roof.
It was
And
so gone,
cost of
Jimmy.
goods.
They had. I mean, Seth had to go. Holy shit! I got to get all these people back because they were way gone onto other projects. All right. Here we go. Let's say hi to Jason in Ohio.
Morning, boys.
Welcome aboard.
Hey, man.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Oh.
Hey, my father-in-law, he's a microbiologist. We were asking him about this whole swine flu thing, and he basically said it's not going to be a real big deal. The problem is with the media going crazy, when the actual real next pandemic breaks out, people are going to, they're basically going to shrug it off and say, oh, it's just the media again, and then we're all going to be really screwed.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
yeah, I can believe that. The old cry wolf.
Yeah.
If you watched the Fox News yesterday, every story was about the swine flu, and then Bill O'Reilly was talking about how the media was going crazy. And watching the news this morning, they barely even mentioned the swine flu. Everything was about Obama's first 100 days. So
Look, whatever the Google trend is, the local news is all over that because that's what our people the people are focusing on that. So they're like, all right, give me 20 swine flu stories today.
well, that's what keeps people watching TV, I guess. My wife.
Yeah, but it's the news. I mean, there should be different. You know what I mean? The government should step in and go, look, if you want to call yourself the fucking news, you can't scare the shit out of everybody.
And if you want the content freedoms that the news get.
Right.
If you do call it the fucking news,
I would call
think
it the
then you
fucking-
should be able to say what you want. But
you could call it the fucking news, and you go, okay, these guys are going to
Yeah, yeah.
sensationalize and they're going to throw a little fear at me. But I watch the news.
Welcome to the fucking news.
Force them to call themselves the fucking news. Pix 11.
That's a great
morning fucking news.
Welcome to the fucking news.
And they just give you all bullshit and
But then they're allowed to.
sensationalized crap.
Fox 5 fucking news.
Yeah.
Good day, New York fucking news.
Yeah, swine flu killed someone. Who gives a shit? Who cares?
Wolf Blitzer in the fucking situation room.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a situation on his hands with this swine flu.
Oh, there's pigs on the screen and
Are
fucking
there?
kids.
I've
and
been blowing
oh,
off
yeah,
the Wolf
yeah.
Blitzer lately.
Oh, yeah, Wolf's been going bullshit with
All right,
this
I'm going to
one.
watch the Wolf, and I'm going to see what's going on with the situation room today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The U.S. will never legalize pot. Pharmaceutical companies are pumping this up to make money. Has info on marijuana prohibition. Truck drivers have to take random alcohol tests. Really? Is that possible?
Do that.
Darren,
maybe
in
while they're
Tennessee.
driving.
It's called a fucking Dewey test. Random alcohol test. Heel to toe, please, on this line.
No, idiots. That's just a roadblock. That's not a random. That's for everybody. What do you got on
Field
this, Darren?
sobriety.
Yeah, drivers, they have random, just like a random drug test. They call you in, tell you, hey, you got to go down, take a piss test, and, well, while you're at it, take a breathalyzer. That's something we have to do all the time.
To see if you're drinking at the time.
Right.
See, that makes sense. But if you smoked weed, 3 days before and you're on vacation or something, you talk. Don't let me explain. That's okay.
Well, you said 3 days. Pot stays in your system for over 30 days.
Yeah, but that's a rumor, sir. There's a way to get pot out of your system if you do.
Yeah, you drink pure cranberry
No.
for 7 days.
That's silly.
That's a myth.
No, this floods your system of everything.
It doesn't, though. I read that.
Cranberry juice.
Let's say you're on vacation. Let's say you're on vacation.
All right.
And you smoke some weed on vacation, and then you come back to work. You're fine. You haven't been smoking weed, but if you take a test, it's going to show positive, and then you're fucked for your job.
Well, you got time to drink about 3-4 gallons of water.
All right, thank
that
you.
gonna do?
Thank you, Darren.
I start getting a hold of yourself.
I think I got marijuana in my system from following that dude that was smoking pot openly down Columbus Avenue the other day. Do I
A
got
lot of people have used that excuse when they take drug tests.
But do I have pot in my system? Because when I was smelling that herb, even though I don't smoke pot, haven't since early '90s, and that is a fact, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think
I want to go. I want to jump all in soon, but
I don't think.
But I was because of the smell. I was taking those deep breaths, taking it in. Did I get a little action? You think?
Nah, I doubt it.
I didn't get any pot action.
Nah.
Let's say hi to Dan on Long Island. Hello, Dan.
What's going on, boys? Hey, Ope, I love how you're bashing Danny from getting his information from a cartoon dog when you get yours from Placemat.
Yeah! Yeah!
We do get our info in the darndest places, don't we?
Oh, boy.
I never said that.
Oh, what? Yeah.
I never said that. I read that in the New York Times.
It happens.
But I
What
do
are you
read
gonna
the
do on
Times,
this show.
too. I read the Times as well. Sorta. I read the first paragraph of every story.
This is like a prohibition thing, though. That they tried with booze and it didn't work. I mean, but for weed, it's just people that want to smoke pot are smoking pot. I don't think anyone is not smoking pot because of the law. I honestly don't think there's anyone out there that is saying, I'd love to smoke pot, but it's illegal. You know? People that want to smoke it are smoking it. People that don't aren't.
Absolutely.
I don't know about that.
Hey, Scott,
What?
there's other flus out there, by the way.
Yeah.
I smell bit. Scott, South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't have the donkey flu coming out of Tijuana with all the donkey shows going on down there.
Oh, yes.
The donkey flu.
That's great. Symptoms are a woman walking like an old cowboy.
Yeah, there's lots of bodily fluids going on over those women down there. So.
Right.
Yeah, make sure you wear your mask when you're doing the donkey shows.
Why would you have to wear the mask?
Oh, you gotta wear like a body condom, I guess.
For what?
For the donkey flu.
Is that real?
All the donkey semen getting shot everywhere in the donkey shows.
It's not even.
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
But no, the donkey flu is not even a real thing.
No, it's gonna be next though.
That's why you have to wear the mask so you don't get it?
Yeah.
Shut your goddamn Bible!
But on your body, though. Definitely a body condom.
Yeah, body condom might work. Yeah, I figured that's probably been around for a while with all the donkey shows going on. We just haven't heard about it yet.
In Mexico, right?
Yeah, down in Tijuana.
Yeah, that's probably where they do all the donkey shows.
Asshole! Yeah, when you're in the Marines, you gotta go check out the donkey show down in Tijuana.
Where do they do them?
Yeah, what's the donkey show though?
That's where the old Mexican horde does a donkey down there.
I love the smell of napalm in the...
So you think that'll be like the next flu?
Yeah, that's gonna be the next flu, like the pig swine flu. It's gonna be the donkey flu.
So this happens all over Mexico?
No, well, I'm just saying that's gonna be the next big thing.
Is there like an actual epicenter where this type of activity occurs?
It happens all over Tijuana.
How are you going to take care of it, though, and prevent it?
You're gonna have to do tests on the donkeys, I guess.
But what will you have to wear to prevent yourself from getting it?
I don't know.
Maybe a mask or something?
Pardon my French, but
yeah,
you're
wear the
an
mask.
asshole.
You gotta wash your hands when you're done whacking off the donkey.
Oh. A body condom.
That's supposed to be fucking idiots.
Body condom.
Literally.
None of these are right, I don't think.
Enough about the donkey flow.
It's endless.
It's endless.
Thank you, sir.
It's endless with this guy.
It's
just fucking endless.
It was 40 ways we got to the same thing. It was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Sean in Georgia writes, in Arizona at roadblocks, they could swab your mouth if they feel you're high. Wow.
Oh, yeah?
With their cocks. And if you suck it, they know you're stoned.
You ever suck a guy's cock? Show me how you suck a guy's cock. The last time I'm going to ask you.
Let's go to Mike in the Windy City of Chicago.
How you guys doing?
Hi, Mike.
Mikey.
Mike?
Hey, I read this morning that, you know, how many we got? We have like 100-something deaths now from the swine flu.
100 what?
100-something deaths, about 100 people dead or something so far from this.
In Mexico.
In Mexico, though.
Yeah, according to the World Health Organization, from the beginning of this year,
Who?
2009, 13,000 people have died from the regular flu.
So we're up to 13,000 deaths since January 1st for the regular flu.
Yeah, so I mean, what's the
Swine flu 1, regular flu 13,000. That's what we got going on here. For real. We got the first reported death happening to a 23-month-old in Texas. That's just coming over the wires.
Wow.
Does
Yeah,
news still
it's
come over the
the
wire?
media.
No. All right.
The wire.
Thank you, Mikey.
All right.
People are trying to come up with other flus. We might go back to the phones in a minute here.
I'm sure they'll be brilliant.
Funny.
Just like that last guy.
That was funny.
Well, why would it? Why would
Jesus. He just kept going. Get a hold of yourself.
Shut up.
Aunt, when are they going to cut that thing out? Aunt's sitting with this fucking taped cutout thing in front of him.
Oh, I
like
know.
Les Nessman's office. It's bugging me.
It's just tape. They're supposed to cut out that thing. Whatever.
Whatever's right. Steve in Connecticut.
Yeah, the chief difference between alcohol.
Hold on. You're going to give us some knowledge now. Is this knowledge coming from a cartoon?
Right. We
or
want
a
to know.
placemat?
Before people give us knowledge now on this show, we want to know the source.
Right.
I'm an LCSW, licensed clinical social worker and certified alcoholism and substance abuse counselor.
All right, so you're just grabbing at straws here. Go ahead.
The alcohol goes through your body a lot quicker than weed, so the negative effects that people don't want you to have when operating their machinery or driving the car is gone a lot sooner. Body metabolizes alcohol at the rate of about an ounce an hour, whereas marijuana, according to scientists, the deleterious effect stays in your body a lot longer. It's stored in the fat cells.
Oh, Jesus.
Thank you.
I felt like it was back in high school. And, and that stuff scares me.
Yeah, here's what you say.
You feel your brain just getting hotter.
Here's the difference.
And then you're kind of in there. And then just complete breakdown of the brain.
Just done.
And then you start sweating going, oh my God, they're going to test me on this. And I don't know what the fuck this guy's saying up there. I'm gonna see if there's any gum that I can eat from underneath the desk.
Oh, that's horrible.
What?
Christopher Reeve died of the swine flu.
Yeah, it says here on the feedback that Stephen Hawking has that.
Oh, really? The swine flu.
Wow. You want to go to Rich in Louisiana?
Abba boys.
Hey, Rich.
Hey, Rich.
I want to ask me about the spaghetti flu in the Cumia household.
Yes, the spaghetti flew against the wall.
There's the ass flu?
Yes. Jimmy got the
Jimmy
ass
got the
flu.
years ago,
for
yeah.
real,
Yeah.
From licking some girl's wonderful hiney hole. He got the flu from an ass.
We nicknamed it the ass flu.
The ass flu.
I have the goo flu.
I think I bought that necklace.
Hey, Anthony from Vegas.
Me off.
Opie, check this guy out. He is fucked up and says O&A as he gets booked into
I
jail.
watched it, yeah. He keeps feedbacking this in like it's something. He emailed it to me.
Is it? Is it good?
He's completely high on mushrooms.
Yeah.
And he's getting put in a isolation cell. And like he says something that almost sounds like O&A, but like there is no context in it or
So
after
you don't
it.
know.
So yeah, you
Okay.
just don't know.
All right, then whatever. Matt from Punaki, Connecticut writes, Britney Spears' tampon has the
Hold on. Twine flu.
Give yourself a bell.
Right. I was trying to think of different words for
Give
string.
yourself a bell.
The twine flu.
The twine flu.
Why twine?
It might be a little bit of a stretch, but
Because it's string?
Yeah, that is horrible.
People watching
Didn't
the
say it was
old
good. I just guessed.
people watching the old Real Rock TV clips are getting the
douche flu. That rhyme with swine.
I know, but the guy's trying.
Oh, I have one.
You do?
This is fun. If you eat too many pickles, you get the... Dan?
Brine flu.
That's it. You get the brine flu because it rhymes.
Wow.
That's a fun game.
Is it?
Yes. People are suggesting from Real Rock TV that I got the mime flu.
Gamer Dad says Danny gets the...
Wine flu? Because Aunt had that?
No, Danny likes beer, so he gets the blank flu.
I'm thinking.
Think.
Who gives a shit flu?
Think.
The Stein flu.
Give yourself a bell.
All right, and I'll also give one to this
you got
gentleman.
it
here. I cheated.
Don't cheat.
I had to. I just glanced down.
Don't cheat.
Cell guy. Thank you, Cell guy.
It's a swine flu pandemic.
Ow. Swine flu took my hearing away. Holy shit, was that loud?
It really was.
My
I'm sorry.
God, man.
I'm sorry. All right. So we'll come up with more flus in a minute here. Hockey. Freaking Devils out. Rangers out.
Out.
Out and Z.
Out. Well, they kind of choked.
Yeah.
Little chokage was going on. End of the game.
Did you watch some of the games yesterday?
No, just saw the highlights.
Two very
That's all I
exciting
need.
games.
Low lights.
Kevin Smith's going to be very bummed that the Devils are out. I didn't realize how big of a fan he was.
He was twittering, and one of his twitters was, "Hello, suicide hotline."
Really?
Funny.
I thought he was a casual hockey fan. I wasn't really sure. I know he talks about the Devils when he comes in here, but he's really, really into it.
It's like hockey in every movie he makes is hockey references,
I guess you're
you know?
right. I guess you're right. Good point.
Yeah, so, he's got to be bummed. They blew it. They blew it.
It's a swine flu pandemic.
Wow. Sounds scary.
It is scary.
A pandemic. We figured out the difference between the epidemic and pandemic, didn't we?
Epidemic is of epic...
Of the epi.
What is the difference?
I have no idea. I forgot.
Yeah, because it's like...
I had learned, and then I forgot the knowledge. It was replaced with something else.
What?
Pandemic is world.
Yeah.
An epidemic is regional.
Is isolated.
Alrighty.
To the region you live.
I'd rather have a pandemic.
Hey, let's say hi to Rob in Buffalo. We're going with the flu bit we decided.
Hey there, Rab.
What up, Rab?
How you doing? Every time I hear that whiny fucking David's voice, I get the Jew flu.
Ah, the Jew flu.
And going with that, Blue Healer writes, Hitler wrote a book called The
Mind Flu.
Give yourself a bell.
I know everything about that.
This one you're not going to get. Oh, and they hung up, and I was about to go to you and make you a little radio star today, so I'll have to do it. Sonny Bono got the
pine flu.
Give yourself a bill. That's very good at this.
You are good at this.
It's just rhyming.
Steve from Long Island can't go to his phone call because now I'm going to play game show host.
Yes.
E-Rock has the
swine flu. Give yourself a bill.
He added the word fat, though, but fat swine flu.
I guess he's a pig.
Yeah. It makes us happy to say that every morning. Let's see if we have any more.
Oh, that's terrible.
What?
I'm not even going to say who gets this, but it's the crime flu. I'll give a bell.
Mad Dog from Ohio. Too much Coke will give you... That is the worst sound ever.
Oh, that is bad.
Ugh. Jesus. Too much Coke will give you what?
Coca-Cola or Coke the drug?
The drug.
We'll give you the
You just don't want me to say give yourself a bill.
We certainly don't. The grind flu?
I got it.
Danny?
Is it the line flu?
Give yourself a bill.
How obnoxious is that?
I want to shoot you.
This bit is fucking atrocious.
It's horrid.
This bit is horrendous.
Every part of it is bad.
Every part of it.
Oh, really?
Stinks. Woof. What a clunker.
How about Tom Kelly in Westchester, PA writes, molested altar boys have the...
I want to say hind flu.
Yeah.
Give yourself a bill.
Mm.
Anyone?
That's not it?
Anyone? Might be a little bit of a stretch, but anyone?
I bet it is then.
Anyone?
What?
Anyone?
Behind flu?
Anyone?
Divine flu?
You got it?
No, I have the next one for you guys.
All right, but you have to give yourself a bell if they get it right. That's the only rule.
That's right.
All right, go ahead, Danny.
This is off the feedback.
What was the answer for the older boy?
Swine flu.
Oh.
Bit of a stretch.
Terrible.
George Harrison had
brain cancer?
Just start rhyming. Fine. Dine. Fine.
I think it's something with pudding, but
you guys give up.
The soup hat flu.
It made me laugh. It was the mind flu.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh God, Wolverine hands.
Please
make them real and stab the anchors.
And Brandon from Niagara Falls, E-Rock has the not on time flu.
Yeah, that too.
We know that.
Course, yeah.
Stevie Wonder has...
well, goes without seeing.
Do you want to say it? Do you want to say it?
No.
Do you want to say it?
No one wants to say it.
Do you want to say it?
Because I can't hear that again.
Do you want to say it?
Okay. The blind flu.
Give yourself a bill.
I'd rather watch Real Rock TVs.
All right. Are we done with this dumb bit?
We certainly are.
What's wrong with the flu? We got Christopher Reeve. We did the spine flu thing, right?
Yes.
What happens to these people? Are they somewhere else? Do we have the Bill Hicks alcohol marijuana bit?
Oh, Bill.
5.5 minutes of Bill Hicks? I could handle that. Did you find the one part? You guys should, listen to that shit and maybe find a place where it's a bit shorter.
Yeah, yo.
I guess we shouldn't do a 5.5 minute Bill Hicks bit, huh?
Well, not this early in the show.
Try to cut it down, E-Rock, if you can. But don't massacre his work. Just make it a smaller piece.
Why does this lady have her fingers missing?
What?
Because she smokes cigarettes.
Now they're saying you can lose fingers from smoking?
What, she light her fingers?
I think that's like one of those 1 in a million things that happens. You know, you'll get lung cancer, throat cancer, things like that. But then, 1 in a million, your fingers fall off. It affected her circulation.
Oh, okay.
So she lost circulation in her extremities, and they had to cut off her fingers.
She probably has diabetes, too.
Oh, maybe.
Fucking lying.
Hey, you know what? You know what I was thinking? Because I've seen that commercial probably 20 times, and I think it just hit the airwaves maybe a couple days ago. The only thing I could think of was that the guy with the hole in his throat was holding out for more money, and they said, well, go fuck yourself. We're going to find some other atrocity.
Fingerless lady.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you're looking for another goddamn flu thing.
Well, it's a good one, though. I mean, I was ready to move on, but CB in Atlanta, JFK Jr. had the...
I don't know.
I'm losing this.
Flying.
I thought flying, but...
Swine flying.
Oh, but he didn't. He crashed.
Good
I guess if he had the flying flu, he'd still be alive.
He'd still be alive. You cure that one.
Look at this swine flu outbreak, top story. It's everywhere, but we don't know what to believe. I think I believe Anthony way more than the news.
It's garbage.
And you're telling me that this is it's not even as bad as the regular flu. The problem is they don't know how to cure it yet. That's all.
Yeah. Most people will never have to be hospitalized or anything. They'll get it. You'll feel shitty. You lay down. You don't go to work, so it doesn't spread. You take some over-the-counter shit to make yourself feel better, and in a few days you fight it off. That's what your body's supposed to do.
Coke Logic writes, people who give themselves bells have the... Chine flu.
Oh, now they're turning the M and N into an M.
All right, you know what we need to do? We
Take a break and
not
and
do this
go to the
bit.
bathroom and kill ourselves.
All right, this is what we need to do. Jesse in Westchester, let's end it with a fine E-Rock slam. E-Rock has the I'm fat and can't lose weight flu.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, he does.
Good.
The end. Bit over. Here's Bill Hicks. I think we cut it down a little bit. So Bill Hicks talking about alcohol and how it's so much more worse than marijuana. Opie and Anthony starring little Jimmy Norton.
You know why? If I was going to have a drug be legal, it would not be alcohol. You know why? There's better drugs and better drugs for you. That's a fact. So you can stop your internal dialogue. Well, wait a minute, Bill. Alcohol is an acceptable form of social interaction, which for thousands of years has been the norm under which human beings have congregated and formed socialist groups, and they would congregate. Shut the fuck up. Your denial is beneath you, and thanks to the use of hallucinogenic drugs, I see through you. Pot is a better drug than alcohol. Fact, and I'll prove it to you. You're at a ball game, you're at a concert, someone's really violent, aggressive, and obnoxious. Are they drunk or are they smoking pot? The one and only correct answer. Tell them what they won, Johnny. I've never seen people on pot get in a fight because it is fucking impossible. Hey, buddy. Hey, Wood. End of argument. Say you get in a car accident and you've been smoking pot. You're only going 4 miles an hour. Shit, we hit something. Forgot to open the garage door, man. Gotta get the garage door open so Domino's knows we're home. But I'll tell you the truth. I have never heard one reason that rang true why marijuana is against the law. That rang true now. I'm not talking about the reasons the government tells us, because I hope you know this. I think you do. All governments are lying cocksuckers. I hope you know that. Good. All right. I mean, marijuana grows everywhere, serves 1,000 different functions, all of them positive. To make marijuana against the law is like saying God made a mistake. You know what I mean? It's like God on the seventh day looked down at his creation, said, there it is, my creation, perfect and holy in all ways. Now I can rest. Oh, my me. I left fucking pot everywhere. I should never have smoked that joint on the third day.
It's the Opie and Anthony show. You know that by now. Very busy show. We got Bill Burr in studio right now. On the way, though, Colin Quinn. The only reason not the only reason. We haven't seen Colin in a while. But we saw Scorch's TV show recently. What is it called? PFG?
Yep. Oh, fuck.
TV.
Dude, we
TV.
gotta play some for Colin.
That's exactly what we're doing for Colin today.
God.
And did we find a good episode of PFG? We want to do something different.
I watched some last night.
Yes.
We could play pretty much any clip, and it's going to be terrible. But I have some ready for you.
Yeah. By the way,
just throw a dart at it.
By the way, you just heard Danny on the Opie and Anthony show.
Yes.
People are helping out the show, telling us what we need to do. That was Danny. The strange voice you just heard was Danny. He's on the beatbox for the Opie and Anthony show.
There it is now. The Drudge Report .com. They had the picture of Air Force One and saying what a big to-do it was. Well, they've changed their picture and their headline. It is now First Dead.
Hold on. I know where you're going. Hold on. Might have something.
Pretty much it. I'm not going there. I just arrived.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Hold on.
That was the voice of Bill Burr, who just came into the
Yes.
studio.
Jim
Bill
Norton
Burr.
wants to announce he will not be on Red Eye tonight, as they have canceled the show because of they're not doing Red Eye tonight.
Well, not canceled the show. It's,
No, they
it's
canceled the whole
preempted.
show.
Well, yeah, just for tonight.
Yeah, you
No,
made it sound like,
Oh, no.
I was the last guest on,
Only
and they
for
figured,
tonight.
let's, shut the show down.
I'll be on 3 times next month, but only tonight.
3 times next
Jesus.
month. No,
Yeah, that's what I do. Yes, I am.
And can you give me that fact again, please?
The Drudge Report has changed their headline. They have a picture of people in, I swear, plastic outbreak suits, goggles, and masks. And the headline underneath, in bold caps, is First Dead.
It's a swine flu pandemic.
That felt a lot like Letterman, didn't it?
That is
got a little Letterman in
fantastic. The first U.S. death from the swine
Wait,
flu has
what?
been confirmed. A 23-year-old child in Texas amid increasing global anxiety over a health menace that authorities around the world are struggling to contain.
It's a swine flu pandemic.
It's an old child, too, Ant.
Yes.
23-year-old child?
Oh, did I say 23-year-old?
In your world,
That's how I consider him.
I was going to go the other way. In your world, that's old age.
The world has no vaccine to prevent infection, but U.S. health officials aim to have a key ingredient for one ready in early May.
It's a swine flu pandemic.
Early May, it's like April 30th, isn't it?
It's early May, pretty much right now. What the fuck is...
No, what's great about, humans and our government especially, when we really need to get something done, we could do it immediately. Immediately.
Oh, man, I wish they let a few people go.
The number of confirmed swine flu cases in the United States rose to 66 in 6 states, with 45 of those 66 in New York.
It's a swine flu pandemic.
Wow, 45 out of the 66 cases are New York, 11 in California, 6 in Texas, 2 in Kansas, and 1 each in Indiana and Ohio. But cities and states suspected more. In New York, the city's health commissioner said many hundreds of school children were ill at school, where some students had confirmed cases.
Me?
You.
It's a swine flu pandemic.
What are the symptoms of the swine flu?
Just think flu.
But I don't know.
Runny
I don't get the
nose,
flu.
aches and pains, a cough, and a fever.
So you can
Sore
rest
throat?
medicine.
Yeah.
That's
Go
all you
to
gotta
bed,
take.
watch TV. You know, you feel like shit 1 hour, you feel all right the next. You feel at night you feel really shitty, and then one day you wake up and go, hey, I don't feel that bad anymore. You have the swine flu though.
There's another
It's a fucking polio.
another symptom.
What?
An urge to look up trannies on Craigslist.
Why?
Craigslist.
Be more funny.
I'm gonna
Craigslist.
we
He
have
gets nervous and pluralizes incorrectly.
I sure do, Jimmy. I sure do.
Hope he has the bomb flu. The boo flu.
Boo-hoo flu.
I have the sniffles. I have a sore throat.
Yeah.
But I do not feel achy except for the workout. You know how it is, Bill. You hit the gym.
Yeah, but how do you know it's the workout?
Because I know where I'm sore and where I worked out. Like I did.
Your asshole.
I wish that were sore, but you know what happens? It gets batted around enough. No, not my asshole.
All right.
No, I just my regular workout, my back. 'Cause I was doing.
Well, the
that.
aches and pains won't usually come until after you're pretty.
I don't
well
have
in
aches
there.
and pains. I have
Have
stuffy
fever?
nose. No, I don't.
Could be just the beginning of it. Starts with
No,
stuffy
it
nose,
doesn't start
scratchy
off.
throat, and then all of a
It
sudden you get a
doesn't.
fever.
Taking fucking a bunch of stuff, bunch of coldies.
You
I got
got
some
it.
vitamin C.
I think you got it.
Don't.
We've made picky noises.
Not to make you more paranoid,
No.
Anthony, but one of the schools 30 blocks from where Jimmy and I live.
Oh, 30 blocks. The wind blows
You made
right.
him nervous. You thought you said 30 blacks.
Yeah, so
in
it's
my
like, what?
neighborhood.
Huh? Where? Who?
Upper West Side, and they're in the hundreds. Some school in the hundreds. We're in the 70s.
That's not where I go molesting, so I don't care.
Close enough.
Oh, shit.
Soho.
Well, I'm reading here that odds are Jimmy probably would get AIDS before the flu.
Oh, come on, subconscious.
That's crazy.
So Bill Burr's in studio, and PFG. So Danny, I think we might have interrupted you. You found a good one for Colin Quinn? Because Colin Quinn's a huge fan of Scorch, and when we found this gold of Scorch making a TV show at a Chinese restaurant, we said, get Colin in immediately for this.
Sam linked me to a few potentials, and I was watching them last night. And
So you guys are going to decide which one to watch?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think we should probably show them at least a little bit of the original clip that we watched.
I need this douchiness from Scorch. I need a horrible and very small audience. Was there something like that?
Yes, just about every intro to his show has that exact scene.
Very small audience that went to see him. Also, some maudlin, false sincerity toward the audience is always good.
And the "Why We Do What We Do" clip is untoppable.
That is, that has to be shown.
You also have to check out. He's got a guy who does sports, and he really tries so very hard to be funny. And,
He tries so very hard. Come over to the Pantages.
Visual joke on radio. Sorry. But we should
Don't ever
definitely
say
review
sorry
it.
for your visual jokes.
Oh no, it's
We're the
the
best at
show is
visual jokes.
based on
That's right.
visual humor.
We're the best at
on
that.
the radio.
We take pride in the fact we do the best visual jokes on radio.
One of my favorite parts of PFG TV from yesterday was during this gentleman's sports bit. There is just heavy background chattering going on.
Oh,
To
no
the
one
point
even
where
shut up
it's,
for him.
it's not even like, he's not getting anything. People aren't laughing. It's just, they're not even paying attention. Like the camera's rolling, and there's just
Oh, no.
multiple conversations.
Oh, shit. I didn't even hear what you,
You know
said,
something?
Danny.
I knew this was going to happen.
Fucking you got the swine flu.
Jimmy probably has. Let me do. You know something?
Oh,
I'm not even
fuck.
going to wait. I'm not even going to wait.
We got to go
We
home.
have a confirmed case of the swine flu here in the studio.
Can't help it.
We have
First
our
celebrity.
first celebrity.
Yay.
Swine flu victim.
And it's a confirmed, I'm confirming it as the swine flu.
If it was the swine flu and
Yeah.
the news did interview me, I swear to you, I'd say, I got it because I'm a pig fucker. I love to go to hog farms and deep dick pigs while they eat.
Weren't we looking at pig pussies one day?
Thank you.
Weren't we?
I don't know.
I think we were.
Horse pussies.
But that's the best opening line to a book I've ever heard.
That's going to keep you turning those pages.
It sure would.
What pussy were we looking at where we went, you know what?
It was a horse.
You know what?
Goats?
Horse pussy. I think Danny's right.
Sheep?
And I think there was a sheep pussy, too.
There was one pussy where we
Sheep
go, you know
pussies, I
what?
think.
Come on. I think
How do you block that out after you did that, you know? Just to yourself.
You're right.
It puts a relationship in different perspective, though, when she thinks she's all high and mighty. Like, you know, I saw one that's just like yours, attached to a hoofed animal. And it wasn't annoying.
Was it
Is that the horse? Yeah.
Look.
It's got like
Bill.
alien fucking.
Bill, I know you don't like looking, but you got to look.
I don't look at that
But
stuff.
tell me that, just look, though.
You
This
could
is weird.
stick. You could stick
Oh
that.
my
right?
God, that's incredible.
You're not looking.
You could stick that, right?
The
What
red
is
is
that?
that's
a
a
horse vagina.
I thought that was Oprah.
Wow.
It would be if she lost 80 pounds.
I'd hit that.
You'd hit that.
Yeah. In
You'd have to
in
hit
a
that.
pinch.
If you didn't know that was horse pussy, and the way this picture's framed, you don't know it's horse pussy.
Last man on earth. You need something.
If it was an I Am Legend scenario, but there was a
No, I
horse
would have
instead
thought
of
that was a
dog.
hermaphrodite because that looks like a ball bag above it. In some weird way. A dented one.
Look at the horse's taint is really weird.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, guys, come on.
It's scrotum skin.
Oh. God, that's got to taste horrible. If you went down on
Probably tastes like horse pussy.
And the worst would be, as you were licking it, the fucking horse would probably kick you in the chest.
fucking kill you.
You have to explain why you have fucking like gunk on your face and a hoof mark in your chest. It's a long story, Doc. The tail fucking whipping you to get you out of there. Because they're not used to being licked. Like, all right, beat it.
What is this, a fly or is someone licking my pussy?
Yeah, exactly. Horses don't give oral sex.
No, stupid horses don't know the difference.
No, the horse would just think you were eating it, gobbling it up.
But ass first.
Tail will be giving you a whipping.
Oh, shit.
All right.
That's a sure sign you've been eating horse pussy when you have fucking horsetail hairs on your back and a fucking hook mark in your chest.
Farted breath.
Yeah, exactly. And a little horse duty on your nose for good measure. Why? Because you were way up in there. Your breath smells like piss and oats.
Wow. Is it true that Obama walked away from the assault weapons ban?
What?
That's what Carlos in Florida is saying.
Oh, that's a bunch of shit.
Language.
Walking away.
A lot of people
Jimmy Carter's already on the bandwagon saying that assault weapons ought to be banned.
Jimmy Carter.
Because with assault weapons, people don't need to have these to go into schools and shoot police with them and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, if you buy one, that's what you're doing. It's not just fun to shoot them down at the range. Stop. People buy cars, you could fucking plow them right into a crowd of people.
But the thought is if there's less guns on the street, then the bad guys won't get there.
Yeah, that's right. They'll all say, wow, we're plumb out of guns. What do we do?
Right.
Get me a machine gun. Give me a machine gun. Yeah, but it's against the rules.
It's against the rules. I can't.
Yeah.
Can't. There are rules you must adhere to. Yeah, because you know something? A criminal element that is armed that's trying to rob you, they love knowing that people might be armed. It's a thrill for them. Do you think they'd rather know that anybody they walk up to doesn't have a gun? Wouldn't you think every fucking person that's trying to rob you would love to know that because of the rules in place that you are not armed?
This is kind of like the same argument to keep fighting in hockey.
Yeah.
Because it keeps the sticks down.
Keeps the sticks down.
Let the people police the game.
Right.
The players police the game.
Exactly.
Let the citizens police their neighborhood.
I saw something great. It was in one of the NRA magazines, of course, and it showed a map.
Of course.
Yes, of course. It showed like a map from Google Maps or something like that, and high elevation of a city, and there was an area with a little arrow, and it said your daughter here, and then right next to her was rapist with AIDS here.
No.
And it was right next to it. Yeah. And then on the bottom, it said, now, which solution would you want? One was a condom. One was a cell phone. One was a police car. And then one was a gun. And it's like, you know something? The gun's going to be the thing.
Yeah, that'd probably be the easiest to rape her with.
Yeah. The gun.
The gun, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
You condom, who cares? And what are you going to do, throw in the police car and fuck her? Gun.
The police are there to get the people ex post facto.
Cell phone so you can call your friends. You're not going to believe what I'm doing.
Fucking sexting pictures of your assault.
Rapist with AIDS. They have to be so dramatic.
Oh, I know that. I thought so
Just
too.
rapist.
Like, so rapist is bad enough with AIDS. All right.
Rapist tax cheat with AIDS. All right. Get it? Jesus Christ.
I just got a great instant feedback. One of the guys from RadioGoldFans.com. Is this true? Our buddy,
Yes.
Uncle Ted, has a new show that's coming out.
Uh-oh.
Running Wild from... Anyone? Don't cheat on this one.
Running Wild
Ted Nugent's
from...
new TV show called Running Wild from...
Now, what's it about?
Ted.
Huh?
Uncle Ted.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Running Wilds from Uncle Ted?
Well, Running Wild from Ted Nugent. Here's the...
I thought it was Uncle Ted.
Here's the synopsis of the show. Nugent teaching a set of survival skills to 3 competitors, how to survive in the wilderness. Those competitors then will put those skills to use in the wilderness while Ted and his son hunt them.
That's an awesome show.
Wow. But really hunt them.
The ultimate prey.
Yeah, like really kill them.
I got to find out if that's real.
Wow, you actually hit the garbage.
It's real? Thumbs up to Danny?
We got to get audio of that. You know how playable the audio from that's going to be?
Oh, my God.
Let me tell you.
What's great about Ted Nugent is he's so humble. That's what I like. You know?
No, he's not humble, Bill.
Well, isn't Tommy Shaw coming in? Huh? Isn't Tommy Shaw coming in?
Yeah, Tommy Shaw's coming in.
Well, he was in Damn Yankees with Ted Nugent.
That's right, he
so
knows Ted.
we could probably ask him about what a tool Ted is at times.
How about we try to get Ted Nugent on the phone right now if this is breaking news in the world of entertainment?
Does he have the swine
He's too
flu?
dangerous. He eats meat.
Yeah, he's like eating swine. He probably shoots boars with arrows and then eats them. Shoots a boar. Shoot everybody on the show.
I like the way he puts the names in. Al, not so Sharpton. Oh, we get it. Instead of he's not smart. Good one, Ted. Abu.
Bill, we have this weird thing with Ted Nugent. We love when he's on the show, and then can't wait to make fun of him after he's done.
Because I questioned some of his facts, pardon me, or I thought he might be like a little bit too much on one side. He was accusing me of being He was accusing me of being a liberal. I was like, Ted, you really are a fool.
Yeah, you should listen to the show a little more then.
Yeah, I'm not a liberal, you boob. Well, I've been over to see our brothers in Iraq. So have I, Ted.
So have I.
You have? Yes, Ted.
You're supposed to call him Uncle Ted.
I refuse to call him Uncle Ted until he fingers my bottom, breathing alcohol in my face.
How about Theodore?
Theodore I kind of like. Uncle Theodore. That's right. Play that one guitar lick that you play. Gotcha. I know, it's cat scratch.
Are you trying to say every song is a variation of this lick?
I like Wang Dang Sweet Poontang. This one is like...
Hate that song.
No, the live version's
I don't
good.
like any Ted Nugent song. I don't even like this.
He's not
This
from
is his
Detroit,
big-
is he?
Yes, Michigan.
What is it about awful white
He's
music
the
from
Detroit
Detroit?
City Madman or something.
He is
Bob
the Madman.
Seger,
Motor City Madman.
Ted
Or
Nugent,
something.
Kiss, right?
Kiss is from New York, buddy.
Oh, no, Kiss from
Kiss
New
from
York.
here?
Right,
Detroit
right.
Rock City's the song.
Oh,
They're all
right.
New Yorkers.
Yeah, he did give himself the nickname the Motor City Madman.
Motor
This is a-
City
this is a
Madman.
decent
That's
song.
it.
I don't even think he ranks on the top
No, this is,
100 of Madman
No, what's mad about you, Ted?
in
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
in the Motor City.
Boy, you are a whore.
Why not?
You are just an autograph
Yeah, what is that?
whore.
I got a Styx CD to get Tommy Shaw to sign.
Why didn't you get the Mr. Roboto?
Because I want Dennis DeYoung to come in and act it out while we throw fucking tomatoes at him. Gotcha. I know. Fucking.
Domo Domo.
Yeah.
Steve, our own Steve has a new show coming out. We're going to do it.
That's horrible.
Say it.
That's just some of the worst music
No,
ever.
it won't. It is really. But, well, he's going to be coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck them. Who gives a shit? If you're listening to this, just stay in the hotel. Who cares? Steve has a new show coming out, our producer.
But Opie,
really?
they can't stop rocking.
Yeah, true.
Steve's new show, Running Wild from Girls.
Yes.
Do we have a E-Rock show coming out? E-Rock.
Walking slowly from everything. Because he doesn't run, because that'd be exercise. Old Pelican Nick. Be funny if you squeezed Eric and like toothpaste, his mouth just open and cum leaked out.
Oh, fuck.
Like you that's what was making his neck so fat. He just held cum there. That's what you do when you have nothing else, by the way. A guy blowing another guy joke.
All he needed was a good cum cleaning, and he would be nice and thin. Chris from Smithtown writes, which is worse, swine flu or cat scratch fever?
I'd say cat scratch fever.
Yeah.
I never want to listen to it.
All right. Family's chihuahua blown away by high wind, or 21-year-old in Cincinnati dressing up like a superhero and fighting crime.
That sounds great. Has to be a retard.
Yeah.
Has to be. I'm a superhero.
Bill, which one would you like to hear today?
I'd like to hear the dog. What is that noise?
Is that driving you nuts?
Sound of silence.
I shouldn't mean to make this.
Oh, Jimmy's unwrapping his.
I meant to say the
CD.
superhero. Why is it all awkward in here?
Jimmy has a Styx CD.
Who doesn't?
That he
Let
wants.
me think. Do I have a Styx CD at home?
But the first song I ever related to a girl was a Styx song, so I kind of have an affection for Styx.
What was it?
Babe. When I was in 6th grade.
Did they sing Lady?
Lady?
I think
No.
So, right? Wasn't it that?
Was that Kenny
Yeah,
Rogers?
Kenny Rogers. She's my lady.
No, that's a different one.
who
Styx did Lady. That's Styx.
Yeah.
They did.
What about Renegade?
You're right.
Let's go with Renegade, not Babe.
This is your song that you.
When I was in 6th grade.
Babe, I'm believing.
I don't care what grade
I was
you were
a
in.
boy.
You want to sing it?
You were a little douche.
You want to sing it?
Babe, I'm leaving.
That's what it said on his backpack.
Where are you going?
Time is drawing near.
But it says I must be on my way. Where
Yeah.
are you going to tell this girl?
Gotta go with Valtrex.
But did this hold special meaning? Like, why would you play this for a girl? Or
I just used to pretend that I was kind of singing it to her.
yeah.
I was a boy.
Oh God, I just got chills.
Why? I was in
Not good
6th
ones
grade. I
either.
wanted to sing Babe to Jill. That was my 6th grade love.
Oh, need your love.
Love!
Did he get her in the end?
No! She moved away.
Oh, baby, I'm leaving.
Yeah. So she didn't call me Babe. I had glasses with a Superman S on the side. She sang douche, I'm leaving.
And here's the big part, though. Oh,
It's a nice song.
Jimmy.
Yeah, but I'm weary.
Oh, feel like giving up.
I'll give it up.
It's you, babe.
Yeah, it's her.
Did she give you the courage and the strength
Not
you
in particular. No, I was very insecure.
Were they considered cool? Styx?
need? You know something? At one point,
Doesn't sound so cool.
they
right
were what you considered a rock band.
now. Well, Renegade.
Yeah.
Too much time on my hands.
That's not
Tick,
rocking.
tick, 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 ticking away. That was a rock song.
There was too much of that.
Back in the day.
Blue Collar Man.
Yeah, see, this was like...
This is Renegade.
Come sail away. Mr. Roboto.
That's not cool.
Lawman. I don't know if you call the guy Lawman.
Lawman.
I remember this song when I used to work in a warehouse.
Yeah.
All the burnouts would start getting into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they were renegades?
Screw up the packing list order.
Did they think they were renegades?
I don't know, but I was sitting there watching them bobbing their heads, and I was such a nerd. I was like, yeah, this must be.
And
what
here's
you're
where you
supposed to
air
listen to.
guitar. You start air guitaring. Yeah. And your head's bobbing. Yeah, great. On someone's dick.
It's a toe tapper.
Yeah.
I would still turn this up if it was on the satellite radio.
Yeah.
I would listen to this. Kevin from Connecticut. Eric has a song called Fat Scratch Fever.
We didn't say that already?
Did we say fat?
I don't know.
I don't. We better have.
I'll listen to the replay.
I don't know if we did. If we did, oh well. All right, so Tommy Shaw's gonna come in.
This is a toe tapper.
Yeah.
Yeah. Him and Dennis DeYoung hate each other. I heard they broke up because Dennis wanted to act all the songs out on stage, and everybody else just had it up to here with that shit.
The robot thing.
Yeah, they were like a writer already. This is not performance art.
You know, he was a musical theater guy.
I want to ask you about that.
You know the excuse he gave for leaving the band?
Who, Dennis or Tommy?
Is Dennis the one that is like afraid of light, or?
That's right.
Or
wait a minute.
What was it?
There was something going on there.
He was sensitive to light.
Very sensitive.
I swear to God.
What is that?
I don't know what it is.
Years of being under the stage lights.
Who knows?
Yeah, maybe that's it. Screwed them all up. So he stopped performing? Is that it?
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. We can.
No,
ask
he's
him.
still doing gigs, though, but I think he is now. He's on solo.
Maybe he's not sensitive to light.
Maybe he's got just sunglasses.
Or maybe he's back in the closet. Because it's dark in the closet. That's what I was going for.
Yes.
Oh.
With mushrooms.
He's got a close relationship with his mom.
All right, let's go with the Chihuahua story, then we work into the superhero story, then Colin Quinn comes in, then we do PFG, then we get a dumb song from Tommy Shaw, and then we go home. That's what I say we do today.
Wow.
Cool.
Felt it all out.
Exactly. This high wind thing is a real problem. We had an incident at our building where an old lady went flying and broke her arm or something.
When?
It was a few months ago.
Oh.
From the wind?
Dude, where we live on the river, the wind really gets crazy. And then I guess because it's blowing between the buildings, you could get some freaking lift.
I literally have to lean into it's
amazing.
It's called Millionaire's Row. And I have to no, but you have to lean into the fucking wind and just like kind of lean forward and walk. It's like 40-mile-an-hour gusts.
It's no joke. They warn you before you leave the building sometime. High wind.
That must be great in the winter when it's just.
Oh, it's horrendous.
Like the wind chill factor is minus 30.
It's fucking awful. They call it hat hell.
Today's a hat hell alert.
Jesus. It's true. Cancer wigs getting blown off. It can be very amusing. Somebody thinks they've been fooling people. No, I'm not sick. I've been exercising. The hair goes flying.
They're saying hello to bald burn victims because their wigs come off too. Everyone's just.
What's the matter? Old anus lips is chasing his hair down the street. Who, perpetually surprised face? Yeah.
The wind is making the two holes in his head whistle.
Oh, no. Jesus. The guy with the guy with his glasses duct taped to his head. That guy is chasing a fucking awful hair hat.
My hat.
That's the sound of his respiratory system.
Yeah, he's got it's just two holes in the front of his face.
How does he talk?
My hat, with his asshole lips like his anus lips. Someone get my hat.
Jesus.
Oh, it's talking out of the side of the mouth.
So terrible.
Oh, dude, there's really no reason for that.
He's always surprised that he lost his hair.
Of course he is. I heard old painted on lashes had to run down the street today.
Just fucking tears are just blowing past him too because his eyelids can't shut.
There's a Mets hat with hair in it. It's a one-piece ensemble. That fucking ill-fitting tuft of wig. That shitty old fucking Lego person.
Holy no reason for it. I love it. It's too goddamn wrong.
So we got a Chihuahua.
Right. The wind.
Jimmy's gonna die over here.
It's so fucking funny.
is the way he talks. It makes you laugh so.
My heart. My heart.
Oh, the lips only half work.
Of course they do. That's what happens when fire hits your face. Damn it. Oh, fuck. Jesus. I don't think we need a visualization of it, Danny.
That just makes it sad.
Wow, you're having so much fun with it.
God, he's like old plunger face.
These are the people you're hurting.
Yeah. I like seeing the people we're hurting and making fun of.
Right.
No.
Speaking of the old
picture ruiner.
Let me see it.
One of these things is not like the other.
Oh, man, that's just fucking horrendous.
That's really bad.
That's
Fire sucks.
It really is a bitch.
Man.
So we have a Chihuahua.
Yes.
Flew away. High wind. And Anthony from Vegas, remember I was saying that old lady went flying and broke something? I think it was her arm. He writes, did she get the flu? Opie.
See, because she... Yeah, she
flew away.
Yeah.
Well, a local woman was heartbroken after this weekend's nasty weather left her in a horrible situation.
And this sounds hard to believe, but it's true. The high winds literally swept her dog away. This happened at a flea market in Waterford. It is a really unusual way to lose a pet.
Devin, unusual to say the least. Now, put yourself in this situation. Imagine your family pet, your pride and joy. Now, it literally got blown away in front of their eyes from the wind. Now, this is a scene right out of the movie, I should say, and it really happened to one local couple here. And this weekend's weather, well, it's to blame.
They tried to catch her too, but nobody could.
Jesus.
The wind had her, and she was just going on, and her collar was found across the street.
This weekend, we found ourselves...
What is she being tortured as she speaks?
He got kidnapped. We found one shoe.
The collar was across the street.
Yes, there was a note that said woof.
And you know what was flying?
Stupid old lady just wants to be left alone with her dumb Chihuahua.
You know, the thing wasn't flying like a superhero either, that it was just tumbling and banging on the ground and
Shit
rolling.
was flying out of it,
Yeah.
pissing in a circle. Nervous idiot.
And a stupid panicked look on its face.
Yeah. Dog doesn't understand wind.
Shaking.
Yes.
Stupid dog.
This proves there's no God. Old lady, all she wants to do is be left alone with her dumb Chihuahua.
Street. This weekend, we found ourselves right in the middle of violent rain showers and whipping winds across Metro Detroit. Thousands were left without power, but this storm was more difficult for one family when 70-mile-per-hour winds swept up their most prized possession, their Chihuahua, Tinkerbell.
It's been very upsetting. Even some of our children have been crying. They come down from the pier in Flint, and our grandson.
Maybe you shouldn't name it Tinkerbell.
Yeah, it's supposed to fly.
Right.
Tinkerbell.
All right, now, Devin and Ruth, I am pleased to tell you that this story has a very happy ending. I am not only joined by Dorothy and Laverne Utley, but Tinkerbell as well. Now, we are also happy that Tinkerbell made her way home. Tell me how it happened, Dorothy.
Well, we was on a local radio station
this
morning for about 2.5 hours, and a psychic had called, and she had told us that we were doing the wrong thing. She told us what to do, and we went and found her.
And she told you the exact location to look.
A
psychic? She did. She told us
in the psychic's yard.
Found her.
Yeah, no shit.
The dog blew through a bay window. Landed in her soup.
What kind of crap is that? A psychic told her where the dog is.
She can't find missing children, but she hears something barking.
She knew which way the wind was blowing. Yeah. Check the weather.
I mean,
we have an easterly wind. Well, I think your dog is east.
Probably threw a softball up in the air and waited to see where that landed.
Yeah.
Said, all right, your dog's around there.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was like a 4-hour wind, right? It's a nice gust of wind. Right. Where is it? It's about 30 yards that way.
Over there.
Oh, there's Tinkerbell.
Hind legs are broken. That's sort of dragging himself back.
Stephen S. from Bayshore is very angry today. He just writes, Tinkerbell's a cunt.
Oh, wow.
Wow. No need for
told
salty
us
talk.
and Vern found her. She'd come out of the woods running like a little rabbit. Right to Vern.
And is it true that Tinkerbell really flew over 6 miles?
Bit. She flew, and then she went. And she went over 3 lanes, over on Dixie into the woods. and that's where she was.
Well, Dorothy and Laverne, we are so thrilled here at Channel 4, and all of our viewers are too, to have Tinkerbell home and say thank you for being with us tonight. Devin and Ruth will send it back to you.
What a remarkable story.
Oh,
It's incredible.
What a remarkable.
The dog got blown across the street.
Yeah.
The news
and
was,
it's a giant story.
The news was hoping they were going to find Tinkerbell and they'd have to scrape her off the front of a fucking Mack truck or something.
Tinkerbell get blown into a lawnmower blade.
Right.
Little feet.
They're not happy that there's a happy ending. They want to see the old broad crying as they hand over the dead carcass of Tinkerbell.
Just stumps.
Yeah. It would have been funny if Tinkerbell got blown into the face of an invalid and knocked him out of his chair.
Was enough tragedy for this news station.
It would have been a feel-good story because Tinkerbell lived in behind, like them interviewing the old lady. You'd see them like picking the wheelchair back up, trying to lift the guy up.
Jesus.
It wasn't happy for everyone.
Reattached his IV.
He had his piss bag. The dog blew into his face, knocked him over.
Holy mother of God.
Just in the background of the news story, you just see them riding the chair with the guy in it.
I can't even fucking breathe.
Wow. That story's adorable.
Yeah, the headline's great. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a flying chihuahua.
Enough about the chihuahua.
No, I get it. It blew away. It's not like it's an elephant. It's a fucking small dog. Just a shit.
Yeah, shit. You're really right. If there's a lot of something, then it doesn't matter if we lose one, right?
Of course.
All right, 21-year-old in Cincinnati dressing up like a superhero and fighting crime, or Club Soda Kenny's disco demo for the strobe.
I want to go with the 21-year-old first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that there's major problems there.
Kenny made a demo because he wants to appear on the strobe, because we learned yesterday that's his favorite satellite radio station.
I'm
They
guessing.
do what, classic disco?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing retard. This has to be some type of retarded person that puts a cape on.
One can only hope.
Oh, my. You know what?
Fingers are crossed.
I already know what this is. This is going to be 20 more minutes of just watching these two.
No one recognized him without his Pete Rose wig on.
I knew who it was because he put the cape on backwards over his face and just walked into things.
That's a slice, a slit in the front of the mask for the tongue to come out.
No one notices who it is.
There's a big D on his cape.
Hold on to your hats, kids, because here's the story. And why does TMZ have a headline that says "Man buys unitard, declares himself a superhero"? Here we go. This is why the kid is doing what he's doing.
Right?
He calls himself the Shadow Hare, a man who patrols the streets of Cincinnati to try
Shadow
and stop.
Hare?
The Shadow Hare.
H-A-R-E.
He calls himself the Shadow Hare, a man who patrols the streets of Cincinnati to try and stop crime and clean up the city. And he's not alone. Dressed like a professional wrestler with a cape, Shadow Hare is actually a 21-year-old from Milford, although that's all he would tell us about his identity. He says he was abused as a child, grew up in foster homes, and now has dedicated his life to helping others.
Well, since when has Cincinnati had one great hero?
Pete Rose.
That was
Mark Shot. Fucking, let's see, Johnny Fever.
Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Flint, I believe, was shot in Cincinnati. Am I correct?
And was that the voice of the superhero?
Which one?
The high girly one?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. What are we doing?
I don't know. Any more of the story?
I don't know.
I don't know. No one knows anything.
Shadow hair is actually part of a growing community of citizen crime fighters from around the country. Most of them belong to a website called the World Superhero Registry and often travel in teams. Shadow hair leads a group he calls the Allegiance of Heroes.
Allegiance assemble! We help enforce the law by doing what we can in legal standards. So we carry handcuffs, tasers, pepper spray, all the legal weapons.
And we eat them.
We will do citizens' arrests, and we will intervene on crimes if there is one happening in front of us.
Oh, I hope they run into a gang.
Oh, my God. And just get
I
the
hope they run
shit
into
beat
a
out of
gang.
them. What are you doing? That's Black Arrow?
Yeah.
And
See, Dan?
This is,
and Tomo?
This is going to end very poorly.
Oh, this is going to end really bad because you know why? They're not super.
These are some of them on the superhero registry. You got Ghost.
Amazonia.
Can we join that?
These are people that took the fucking, like games too far. Like, took video games too far and think they could just go out there. Nostrum.
Wait.
What?
We got to get a fucking face mask. And fucking, we have to register Iraq.
We got to join the registry. Hoagie Boy.
Hoagie Boy.
Hoagie Boy could become a reality now.
Green Scorpion looks like a douche.
Looks
like he's wearing his mom's curtains and hat.
Just like the Invisible Man.
What's this website, Danny?
Got Sandy Duncan's hat from Roots.
This is worldsuperheroregistry.com.
Look at how many there are.
There's a lot of them.
Wait, that's Batman and Robin.
Well, they call themselves Whitley's Batman and Robin.
That's fucking taken already.
That's true.
You can't do that.
Red Arrow.
A lot of arrows.
The Dark Guardian.
Oh.
Citizen Prime. Polar Man. Shadow Hair. Oh, there's Shadow Hair.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, look.
The Down syndrome.
But in the real world, superheroes don't always win. Shadowhair says he suffered a dislocated shoulder trying to help a woman who was being attacked a couple years ago.
Nice.
Good.
Stupid.
You
Stupid
take this
Shadow Hair.
Shadow hair. What does that even mean?
He doesn't know.
Dummy.
He's as fast as a rabbit, but you can't see him. He exists in the shadows.
Wait, Mr. Silent is retired?
Yeah.
Why is he
what
retired?
happened?
What happened to Mr. Silent?
Dislocated a finger.
Yeah, something must have happened.
He probably got scared.
Mr. Silent couldn't he realized his stupid character couldn't tell people to stop.
Yeah.
I like how human these things are. They don't sound like they start off like they're superheroes. It says, I roam the streets of the city looking for those in distress or danger, and then I do my best to help them. And I'm doing my best here.
Hey, look, I'm doing my best over here.
I put a call into 911. I mean, what else do you want from me?
And if I ever fight an army of giant robots, okay, this guy's fucked up.
He's messed up.
These are all retarded people.
Yeah, they're fools.
They're fools.
There's no... Wow.
And although he sees himself as the eyes and ears of police...
If there's anything that I can do, please give me a call, all right?
All right,
All right, catch you later.
Shadowhair and his team...
It'd be great if the news footage and he promptly just ran out like mock flying, but running right in front of a truck. Get run over.
That was great. That was a great superhero exit. All right,
Yeah.
well, you know.
Yeah.
If there's anything else I can do.
Take it easy.
You might have to practice your out a little better.
And he's not going back. You know how silly he's got to feel because he's not going back to some big fucking lab or cave or something. He's going to his mom's and taking that off, and his mom's telling him to put it in the laundry. Don't leave your uniform on the floor.
There's shit in the back of your uniform again.
Fucking back just smells like ass because he doesn't wash it.
Should we know that a crime has been committed because there's duty in the uniform?
And Cumsies in the front.
And he got scared. Yeah, that's how they know there's a missing toddler in the neighborhood, because he has Cumsies in the front of his uniform.
Every one of these nerdy superheroes has the spider web.
Yeah, the web power.
Yeah, the power.
What
of
do
Cumsies.
they list what their powers are? Do they have powers or?
Yeah, that's a good question. More of the clip.
All right, catch you later.
Shadow Hair and his team don't exactly strike fear in the faces of criminals or anyone else who saw them walking around Cincinnati earlier this month.
Spider-Man, that's what they look like. Homemade Spider-Man.
What the heck is this, man? This ain't Easter.
As for how legal all this is, citizens' arrests are allowed in Ohio and Kentucky for felonies and some misdemeanors, although the person making the citizen's arrest risks lawsuits or possible criminal charges of their own if they're wrong about the person they're accusing.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to end badly.
handy.
One of these people will be dead.
Oh,
dead.
Can't wait to see those.
Huh?
Another great reason to
that
go to
happen.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. Oh, that's Cincinnati.
In fact, I have a vacation coming up, and we've been looking at some hotels there in downtown Cincinnati.
Yeah. I see those
I could
commercials.
just somehow stay right down near that dirty river.
There, that's not even that odd because you see the commercials for vacations for places that you'd never fucking go to. It's like they show people jet skiing and horseback riding and doing. It's like send for your Michigan tourism pamphlet. It's like Michigan. I'm not going to vacation in fucking Michigan.
Upstate, you go bird watching. Maybe you see a badger or even a Wolverine.
Good. They always show people kind of having not really fun. They got their arms around each other and they're looking at a sunset by some mountains. And it's like, come to fucking South Carolina.
I always find it funny when there are tourists in some place like that. Like you're going to do like a stand-up gig in like St. Louis, and there's a couple there. Oh, we're vacationing.
Vacation here?
Always wanted to see the arch.
There you go. You saw it. Now what?
What's the second thing people do on vacation in St. Louis after the arch?
Maybe a Cardinals game?
Yeah.
You go to a tour of the
You can't count
Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch plant.
And then somebody goes, they have more bars per person in this. You know how many cities claim that, by the way?
Yeah.
This city has more bars per person than any
other city. We're very proud of the arch here, and you'll never find better people than here in our fair. Shut it. You're lying.
And they always have some sort of fucked up sandwich that you just have to get. That they put the fries right on the sandwich. Then they put a fried egg on it. And if you eat the whole thing, you get a refrigerator magnet.
It's great. You haven't been down there? Oh, well, you got to go. Yeah, I haven't visited this shithole until you go.
Yeah. You ever had a horseshoe? That's what they asked me in Springfield, Illinois. You ever had a horseshoe? No, I haven't. Oh, you got to get one. What is it? Well, it's a horseshoe-shaped bun, and they take 3 hamburger patties, and they put it on there, and then they add this and everything. It always ends with like a fried egg and shit on top.
Yeah, that's a garbage.
You gotta have one. No, I don't. I've had a hamburger with French fries. I don't need 3 of them all on the same bun, shaped like a horseshoe. You really don't have anything special here, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Horseshoe.
You definitely have some funky-looking bread, but other than that,
yeah, I'll give you the bread.
You have a number 2 at McDonald's. Do that and rub Abe Lincoln's nose. That's what they tell you to do in Springfield, Illinois. They have a statue. His forehead or something. Oh, the life I lead.
Yeah.
Jersey Matt from Bayonne. The second thing you do in St. Louis is leave.
Good idea.
Hey, man, they're on fire today.
Can you go up in the arch, by the way? Can you
What?
Yes, I did it. It's one of the scariest things I've ever done.
Why is it scary?
right?
Because it was built, that time...
Because the elevator goes sideways and then upside down as you go back the other
Basically
side.
it.
The cartoon elevator.
Any of that shit that was built during that time where we thought we were going to colonize the moon. I don't know if you've ever been to, like, Seattle.
future.
Yeah, I've been to space,
Yeah, like they basically all that shit that they built during the World's Fair. And this is a monorail, and that looks like a big fucking toaster hooked up to another one.
Yeah.
Basically, when you go up into the arch, you get in these remember that little egg that Robin Williams was in Mork?
Yeah.
It looks like that. And you just slowly go up like this, and as it stops, it sort of swings from side to side.
Are you shitting me? Is that how you get up in that
And
thing?
then you get up there, and to look out the windows, you literally have to lay down on your stomach, and the arch gives like 30 feet or something in both directions.
No.
Because it's designed that way. Dude, it's one of the scariest things I've ever been up to. You went up there, and then you could feel the thing moving. I literally looked out the window. I said, okay, I'm leaving.
It's like 600 feet, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wow, that's fucked up. I didn't realize how they did that.
Are the eggs inside or outside?
It's inside.
Inside.
The big story though is some idiot tried to land on it on a.
Danny, can I see that?
There you go,
Dude. I always wondered how they got the elevator to work, and it's kind of on a little round thing.
But that's all internal. The eggs, and then you get out.
The whole technology reeks of like 1963. They play like a Kennedy speech. And now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there.
Yeah. How the fuck do they build this thing?
It's their big tourist attraction.
Yeah.
Well, I'm making fun of it. I went on it by myself.
Oh,
Saddest thing I ever did was I went to the Mall of America in Minnesota.
Ugh.
And I rode the roller
What kind of
coaster.
trash did you see there?
I rode the roller coaster in the mall by myself just to do it, just to explore that level of loneliness.
Did you even make it seem like you were having fun? Did you go like, whoa, whoa, wee, whoa? What did you, or just sit there just like, I'm lonely?
No, it's just sort of like, I don't know. I was just, maybe I'll get a bit out of this. This is just so pathetic. And I got nothing out of it. It was just sad. Then I walked by 1,500 places where they sell shirts. The saddest thing is that's where their stadium when the North Stars used to play.
Is it really?
Yeah, and they lost their team, not even because people didn't support it, just because the guy wanted to leave. It's like, yeah, this place sucks.
Let's make it into a mall.
No, not that. The biggest mall
yes.
in all of the country. And people from, like, the Dakotas, Iowa, that's like a day trip. Let's go to the mall.
One of the worst examples of futuristic, or what they thought was going to look futuristic, was the goddamn TWA terminal at Kennedy. That thing looked like something out of Planet of the Apes. It just looked stupid.
The Wrath of Khan.
Big, yeah, the Wrath of Khan. Look at that thing. It's so stupid
That should be the fortress for those Cincinnati superheroes.
Yeah.
Should be checking people's bags.
I look at stuff like that and go, that must have been a pain in the ass to build. What happened to just building like squares and rectangles? You know, how the fuck do you build
They
that?
got into this futuristic thing of what they thought, or their vision of what they thought the future was going to be, and the thing looked dated in like
Jetsons.
5 years. Yeah, the Jetsons. And 5 years later, it just looked like, oh my God, does that look like
We need a new one.
passe little?
Why don't we take a break? Because we got Tommy Shaw standing by. And Colin Quinn standing by. I don't know if he is. That's just for radio. I don't even know if Tommy Shaw is.
Every day I ask the same question. I don't know. I'm like, you're sitting here with me. And I'm like,
I have no idea. It's just what you do on the radio, standing by, and then you run down the hall and go, "Are they here?" And Steve goes, "No." All right, we'll do something else when we get back. Bill Burr's at Caroline's all weekend, starting what, tomorrow night, Bill?
Yep, Thursday through Sunday.
The tickets got to be rocking.
Oh.
They got to be, right? You don't even have to be here.
Started charging Yankee prices. It's $2,500 down near the stage.
You see what they did? They lowered those prices because everyone's like, why all the empty seats? And the
Stadium's empty, yeah.
The Yankee organization went, maybe we should drop some of the prices.
Have you seen those seats, though? They look
40%.
literally like a first-class seat on an airplane.
An airplane, really?
They look, I don't know.
You got to think
they look nice and cushy there, Jimmy.
You got to think the animals that go to the Yankee games want to throw stuff on people that sit in those seats. Like, fuck those assholes.
Yeah, like bunch of fucking businessmen. Like, what kind of fucking $2,500 seats for an Indians game? What kind of asshole does that?
It's amazing. It's sad. Sad.
Yeah, it is.
Fuck them.
What kind of a statement is this? When there's hard-working people just trying to get Cheez-Its, and you're going to charge $2,500.
Get your Bill Burr tickets. I think they're open right now. 212-757-4100 for Caroline's. Dr. Michio Kaku. I think we finally fixed this thing.
Oh, good.
So I think now it
better
has all the stuff we want in this promo, I believe. We'll listen together. Opie and Anthony, Jim Norton, Bill Burr, and Danny on the beatbox.
3, 2, 1.
This is theoretical physicist Dr. Michio Kaku.
You are, you are?
Henry C. Matt, Professor of Theoretical Physics is the official title.
This is Opie and Anthony. And this is Dr. Kaku on the Opie and Anthony Show.
What is antimatter?
100% efficiency. Now, a hydrogen bomb is 1% efficient. I know because my friends work on this thing.
My friends drink. What about cell phones? What are they going to become?
Many futurists believe that the future will look like the Disney movie. For example, the magic mirror. You go up to it and say, mirror, mirror on the wall, and it answers any question you want.
Look how he has to talk to us.
That's what we were joking about.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Many people believe that ghosts lived in a higher dimension. If you are looking down on a tabletop and there are two-dimensional people living on the tabletop like Cookie Man, you would have the power of a ghost.
He's got to use the term Cookie Man. Cookie Man.
Any questions?
How dumb do you think we really are? Let's go back to high school. If this was a lunch table, would you sit with us?
I think twice. This is theoretical physicist Michio Kaku, and even I can't explain how bad this show is.
You got to shake it, don't bother knocking. Whoa, you can't stop knocking. The doors are open, no need to lock 'em. Whoa, you can't stop knocking. The road is long.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Can't Stop Rockin'. That's Tommy Shaw with Kevin Cronin. That's the new single, right, Tommy?
That's it.
We were just sitting here. We got Tommy Shaw from Styx in studio. Very, very cool. And we were talking music and bands and Freebird, Leonard Skinner getting back together in the late 80s. That's the dude that got it done right there.
It's Charlie Brusco. Got it done.
He got her done. He got her done. Get her done. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to you. The first thing right off the bat, TommyShaw.com. That's your site. And then I see StyxWorld.com. Who has Styx.com?
I think somebody just got, how people just they start just gathering up names. They got there first, and
you can't get it back from them?
They want some kind of ransom for it.
Ransom, exactly. That's what it is, too.
And the thing is, Google screwed that whole thing up because you use Google Styx, and there's Styx World. And,
oh, perfect. Okay, good.
God bless them. Good luck with the next guy.
You're much more you're nicer than I am, because someone knows JimNorton.com, and every day I just hope they wake up finding they have cancer. I hate that.
With that huge laugh from Tommy Shaw, it also has to be brought to the table.
I was so annoyed at this.
Why? And the fans are keeping track on the websites and stuff. Tommy Shaw recognized Jim Norton. Jim Norton.
Watch the DVD on the bus.
Yeah,
funny guy.
Yeah, that's what people do. They just enjoy themselves on the bus and they watch. It'd be awful if he said none of us could sleep. We put the DVD on and we all just passed out.
The bitterness was just fantastic.
Yeah, it is. You know what were you, 10 when you were in Styx? Jesus.
I just turned 22.
Did you? Really?
Yeah.
That was it?
Wow. That was it.
Yeah, because I was going to say, you look like pretty much the same. Exactly. You know what helps? The hair. You didn't have to go with the bandana thing. Or anything like that. You're one of the lucky few that actually kept the hair.
I'm telling you, it wasn't for not worrying about it. We always used to joke, well, by the time we're 50, it's going to be the hat tour, and
yeah.
I still reserve the right to put the headband and the bandana back on. It's like, fuck it, I'm still gonna show up and play, but I got a funny looking head though. It's gonna be really shitty.
Is it misshapen?
Yeah, it's like, you remember that cartoon Henry? When you were looking, it's like the big thing in the back and a big forehead, and it's just going to be awful. But I'm going to show up anyway. I go, well, there's that Tommy Shaw. Look at that fucking head on that
guy. You play with a few people over the years, too. Like, we were talking about Ted Nugent earlier. You played with him.
Yes.
And we've had him on the show a few times. Quite a unique personality on old Ted.
I love Ted Nugent. He and I, we have a lot of differences about us, but when it comes down just to the core values, we're brothers.
Yeah. Politically, you get into because believe me, don't get me wrong, I'm completely on Ted Nugent's side with most of his political stands. So.
Yeah. I've always been kind of I've never liked to alienate any of our audience. I was like,
good answer.
Everybody come see the show.
Yeah.
And have it's like personal beliefs, religious beliefs, and all that sort of stuff. That's a personal thing, and I'm not going to argue anybody's right to believe that stuff. So,
you get more fans if you just don't talk politics.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
truly
See what
believe that.
happened.
I truly believe
and really,
that.
then if you're not going to work with people because of that, you're limiting the
certainly
guys
are.
you get to do that. sort of
Nothing better
stuff.
than guys that get up on stage and go, "Yeah, man, the government, man." And you're like, "Oh, guys, play your song."
Yeah, really.
Shut
That's
up
what
trying
it
to
comes
tell me what I should be doing and who I should be voting
That's
for.
like when Eddie Vedder came out and he put George Bush's head on a stick.
It's like, what the hell is that?
Can you just play
Play Even Flow and shut up.
And think about it, even in our band, we don't, it's like if somebody's, the longer you're out on the road and you start introducing songs, next thing you know, you're telling a story. The other night we're playing somewhere and I'm introducing some song and the music starts coming up. It's like the fucking Academy Awards. Like, you're going too long. I'm like, what? I'm in the band. You they like shushed me on stage.
You would cut off.
It was fooling yourself. I was getting ready. All of a sudden, this synth music's coming up. Like, how long have I been talking?
Oh. Is this like what you pictured though when you said you're like 22 years old and you're in a huge band and everything? And is this kind of what you pictured getting older and still playing would be like?
No, I'm 55. I thought 55 was.
You're 55?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on with these guys lately? We had Maury Povich in. He's 70. He looked like he was maybe 62 tops.
Well,
you don't look 55 there, Tommy.
Well, thanks. I thank my mother. She's got the good genes.
Do you live a healthy life, or do you do the complete opposite and just all of a sudden here you are healthy?
I complete debauchery until about 20 years ago.
Oh, really?
You figured it out, yeah.
Yeah,
the whole behind the music kind of thing.
Yeah, the whole behind the music thing. I screwed my hand up, putting it through a window in when was that, 83? 5 tendons severed and all this shit, and I just took that. They said, well, you got to take a month off right in the middle of the Roboto tour, and I was like, shit, I'm gonna party now, and so none of that stuff.
You didn't want to play Mr. Roboto?
Then I couldn't, I couldn't anymore, No, only I was one.
That's why he put his hand through the window.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
I think it was the Quaaludes.
Did you like playing Mr. Roboto?
I didn't mind playing it. It was doing the acting part of it because I wanted to just play.
Right.
And was that more Dennis's push to make it more of a musical theater type of thing as with you guys performing live?
Well, what that was just kind of the really pinnacle of us starting to go our different ways. And he created this great thing. And the worst thing about it was he had a band who didn't really feel like doing it. So when you're doing something like that, it really requires everybody pulling in the same direction. So that would have probably been better if he had gone on and just led it himself and had all of his own people doing it. So, it was, but that
So you
said,
guys were just sort of staring at him as he would go, okay, in 5, 6, 7, 8. You were sitting there going, dude, I just want to play my guitar here.
No, we were always a band. We would get behind something, even if we weren't 100. If it was something that was good. But at that point, we'd been traveling on the road for almost 8 years, and if we had been a little older and more mature, we would have gone, look, we need to take a break. Let's go. We can't miss each other if we don't ever leave, So we'd been it was like stuck in a room with each other for 8 years. But that's all hindsight. And the nice thing about it is, regardless of how we felt with all that, I still have people coming up to me and say, "You guys were my first concert, the Mr. Roboto tour, and I love you guys." So I'm not going to argue with that.
I'm sorry. I just want to ask because we're on Dennis DeYoung. Did he really have a problem with light, like we saw on the TV? What was it, Behind the Music or whatever?
I don't know. We really haven't worked together since 1997, and I look at that as like if. That's the time between you starting the first grade and now you're starting college.
Yeah.
I don't even know where I'm going to be next week. So some of this stuff is, I start forgetting about
like
stuff.
What happened and things like that.
And plus, that's 12 years ago.
Now, before I was so rudely interrupted when I asked you earlier, Jimmy, so that's okay. Did you picture like this? At being 55 and still playing, what were your impressions early on of what you would be doing now, and as opposed to what you are doing now?
I don't know that I thought that far ahead.
Really?
But when I would see people 55 years old, they just seemed kind of crusty and, they just seemed like grown-ups, and that was, I'd probably be dead before I got to that point. So I wasn't really prepared for this. And it's really, now that I'm here, it's like, well, I've had a lot more experience, but I'm still kind of dressing the same and getting up and doing the same job. So I think that's probably what gives me such a not realistic view of the world, is because I still do the same thing that I've always done. I haven't had to really adapt to too much.
And has it changed your music, though? Just kind of living life and...
Yeah, well, you always write what you know. You write what you're going through and that sort of thing. And I practice more than I used to.
Really?
Yeah, I never used to practice, because I was, I was having
a lot of other
time.
things to do.
I bet.
I got to jump in for a second. We got a big star on the line that wants to say hi to Tommy Shaw, for real. Jay Moore! Jay!
Hi, everybody.
We got Tommy Shaw in studio.
Hi, Jay.
I know. I'm such a huge Tommy Shaw fan. I love Styx, but we all know the real rock mind behind the band Styx, and that's that man sitting there right there. Hi, Tommy Shaw.
Good morning.
Good morning. I just want to say I think it's really great that you're going to be with me at the Wilbur Theater in Boston this Saturday.
Sweet.
Can you believe that is the cheesiest plug I've ever heard?
But you got to tip your cap to fucking Jay. Anyone that's going to be in Minneapolis this weekend, man, go see Jay Moore.
No, I said not Minneapolis, Boston.
Oh, sorry.
You're right. You guys are brutal.
Jimmy, I help you, you help me.
Fair enough. Wilbur Theater this Saturday. Jay
Come
Moore.
on, we got to sell tickets for the Wilbur Theater. You don't want Bill Blumenreich to have anything over your head. Jeez Louise.
And it shows you what I know.
Stay out of there.
Oh, thank you for the call.
That was a
Jay.
plug. Jay's wanted to call. Plug.
He just called to plug his Wilbur
And
Theater show.
and he's telling me I'm going to be there. I'm going, yeah, okay, I'm there.
Tommy don't know.
That would be
get on
funny.
the bus and get off when they tell me to.
If a bunch of Styx and damn Yankees fans believed it and showed up and then just threw fucking rocks at Jay and fucking set the place on fire and he got sued. How great would that be?
Well, yeah, damn Yankees was that you come out of Styx.
Yeah.
And you go into that pretty different direction as far as musically goes. A lot more hard rock.
Yeah. Well, my whole career, I've always just kind of faked my way into the next thing. And when I joined Styx, I'd been in a soul band. I was in an 8-piece horn band. And we played a little bit like some Uriah Heep, but in like CTA stuff and. But it really wasn't like a hard rock band. And Styx was a progressive rock band.
Right, yeah.
And so, but I was able to sing and hit the parts, and I looked the part, and I actually was a songwriter and lead singer and lead guitar player, so I was qualified for that gig, and I was like, they gave me all the albums. I went home and learned the set and kind of went out and just started, okay, I've still got the job, And
then how did like Damn Yankees come about? I mean, you got...
I went to my manager at the time, and I had it wasn't the high point of my of figuring out life and behaving like a responsible person. And that, so I made some solo albums, but I realized that you shouldn't do a lot of blow and drink heavily when you're in the creative process.
Sounds good to you at the time, right?
It has a sort
kicking
of a
ass.
dire effect on the quality of your performances. But and also I was used to being in a band the whole time, so I was kind of lost in those early days trying to make solo records. And I went to my manager and said, I want to be in a band again. And he called our friend John Kolodner, and it just so happened Ted's manager Doug Banker was in Kolodner's office that day, and we were all kind of thinking, we want to do something different. And John said, what about you and Ted Nugent? And Ted and I had just seen each other. We were down at a conference in Miami where the heads of some of the major labels were showing, they're talking about making this DAT player into something portable. They'll never do that. And we're sitting back there going, jackass. We're laughing at these guys. And so we had just seen each other. And I was like, well, I would have never thought of that, but sure. So Ted came to New York. Michael Cardelloni was already in the solo band that I was in at the time, and so Ted just kind of came in and we started jamming, and we actually sat down and wrote the song "Come Again," and Ted wrote the lyrics to that song.
Really?
Do you remember that song? I was a loner, cruising with the wind. I wasn't looking when you pulled me in, and I had to leave you like I always did. You knew damn well I'd come again. Really, like, nice, sweet lyrics, and I'm going. And Ted he was in love, and he was like,
yeah, really,
he was courting this beautiful woman. But we saw this side of Ted, that not only was he was Ted Nugent, but he also had this kind of sensitive side to him. And
he actually wrote those lyrics to a shotgun.
He did have a gun on him at the time. We discovered that too. But we started working like that, and it just came together. And within a couple of weeks, Jack Blades also called John Colodner and said, I want to be in a band. I want to rock. And so Jack showed up on my doorstep, and this all happened so quickly. And at the time, we'd been trying to get Styx back together, but we were such a slow moving, burgeoning organization that it was like trying to get something done at a big corporation. You'd have to get meetings and people would have to fly in, and it was taking years to try and just get back together. Damn Yankees was 2-3 phone calls. You want to do it? Yeah, okay. There's our, it was settled.
Do you ever look and think, wow, this has success written all over it? Because, I mean, you guys had some hits with the damn Yankees. Did you think it would just be kind of, all right, we're all in a band now, let's go out, kicking around, have some fun? Or did you really think, all right, I think we got something here where we can get some hits?
We wrote all this music. Jack came in my house, and he was downstairs doing laundry, and I heard him down there going, I don't want to hear about it anymore. And I'm like, all right, what's the next line? And so I went over to the piano, and I went, can you take me high enough to fly me over? And I said, Jack, come on back upstairs.
Drop the laundry.
We wrote high enough. And
let's try to make some money
10
here.
minutes, and the music just started flowing like that. So we're thinking, this is going to be great. So we made some demos. Colodner said he's going to put us in the Hit Factory, and he put us over this place over in Hell's Kitchen that we're looking out the window, and you can see down in the railroad tracks, people are down there shooting heroin and stuff. And so it wasn't we call it the Shit Factory. But we did all our demos there, and it was all, Bad Reputation, all the songs that were on the first Damn Yankees album. We started playing it for record company guys, and the head of major labels would come over there, and we're playing this stuff live. And one in particular who knows who he is, and he's still successful. But we finished one of the songs. It might have been Coming of Age or something like that. And he's over there looking at his watch, and he says, man, I got to run. Do you guys want to hear the new Stones single? And we're like, sure, man,
Thanks.
Fine, whatever. But it wasn't until that Michael Austin at Warner Brothers heard it. He signed us up, believed in us, got Ron Nevison to produce it. Then it started feeling like it was going to be a success.
Yeah.
But we still had to pay some dues.
How great is it that asshat has to know that he passed? There's nothing better than that than just to succeed. Some guy with the reputations of the people that were there. I could see if it was just 4 unknowns. But, I mean, you guys sitting there, and for this guy to still be a pompous idiot about it, it's like, good, fuck him.
Shit happens. It put us with the right guy. If he had said, I'll sign you guys to see what will happen, we may never have heard of that. Yeah. Hey, it turns out Michael Austin was behind us the whole way.
Anthony, wasn't one of your wedding songs the Damn Yankees song?
Let me think. Wow, I think it might have been.
A lot of listeners saying, wasn't Ann's wedding song a Damn Yankee song?
Yeah.
That marriage didn't work out.
I hope you guys in the band got along better than me and the old wife did.
Wait, that was that. Wait, you guys wrote Taps?
we got obviously Tommy Shaw in studio. He's got a guitar. You want to really sing something for us?
Yeah.
Instead of a little piece?
Let me try.
Sounds amazing.
What do you got for us today, Tommy? It's really up to you.
What do you want?
Well, of course we'd go with Renegade or something, but I don't know.
What was that first? Because I'm not as familiar with Damn Yankees as I am with
High
Styx.
Enough.
What was the first one you just started?
Yeah, the first one you were playing. You could play that one all the way through.
Which one was that?
You said
one that Ted wrote.
The sensitive ones.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
Yeah,
voice really sounds good. Man.
Let's start the second verse.
Now I'm falling where I've never been. My resistance
This is the highest one I've ever served.
wearing thin. Somewhere in the distance, like a long lost friend. Oh, yeah, yeah. Lord, here I come again. Come again. In the darkness, I see your face. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When I finally get my hands on you, tell you what I'm gonna do. Rip it down, lay it down, make love to you till the morning comes around. I wasn't looking when you pulled me in. Whoa, yeah, yeah. Lord, here I come again. Come again. Come again. Come again. I wasn't looking when you put me in. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah. Lord, here I come again.
You gotta be kidding me. Shit. Something like that. What are you nailed it. Thomas Shaw.
I know we picked like, woo.
I know,
Yeah,
9:30 in the morning.
That's fucking, you know something? That sounded fantastic, man.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
But it's fun. It's fun to watch a performer because, like, as you're going through it, I'm like watching you go, like, what the fuck was that next verse? I was like, just kind of grabbing for it, and it's like a lot of guys don't want to sing this early in the morning. You sound great, dude. Just great.
Really
Unbelievable.
cool.
Everybody's requesting Styx songs. I mean, everything from Crystal Ball to Renegade and everything in between.
Well, Kevin and I came up with it because Kevin Cronin and I were in town promoting the tour, and we went. We had a Broadway debut the other night. Kevin Cronin and I actually performed on Broadway the other night in the curtain call for Rock of Ages. But as we're doing this, we're thinking, you know, we're doing TV shows and they want bumpers and stuff. So we're like, what the fuck are we gonna do? So we came up with almost like a bluegrass version of Renegade, because Renegade's hard to. It's this orchestral song. If I can do it. Oh, mama, I'm in fear for my life from the long arm of the law. Long man is putting an my running and I don't have very long. Oh, mama, I can hear you crying. Your soul's getting all alone. Hangman is coming down from the gallows and I don't have very long. The jig is up, don't lose it out there. Finally found me, the renegade who had it made, a tree for a bounty. Now I'm going to go astray. This will be the end of the day when I want a man.
Something like that. Oh, my God. What else can we do? What else can we do?
Sounds great,
I'm
man.
having fun. Tommy Shaw on tour all summer with Styx and REO Speedwagon and 38 Special.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, you guys, okay, you are going out with, and you're going to be here in the area, too. I was asking, when are you going to be in PNC?
June 24th.
June 24th,
That one I
okay.
know.
And all tickets you can get at Ticketmaster, or, of course, there's TommyShaw.com. These shows will obviously sell out. But
You guys were one of those bands that were just all over MTV right after its inception and stuff.
Yeah, too much time was played during the first hour of MTV.
Oh, really?
It was, and that one was just played a lot, but it was one of those you just sit and watch and stuff and look at your funny faces.
Oh, I know. Yeah, those videos.
The videos.
You know, and we were kind of scot-free, and then comes along YouTube, and now
they're all back.
They're all back.
After a while, it was like, no one could see these now anymore. Good, they're tucked away.
I know. Oh, the bangs, you know. And
oh, come on. That shit.
It seemed right at the time, though, Tommy. Come on.
Totally brings me right back when I watched that shit. That was
I thought I was so cool back then.
You were back then with the shit, man. You know?
Tommy, you were always cool.
That was what you wanted to do back then. That was like how you...
Never do drugs and cut your own hair. Don't. No matter how good an idea it seems.
No one looks back and thinks that. I think they call it with everyone. It's called the asshole infinity syndrome. It's like whenever you look back, you're like, "What an asshole I was," but now I'm okay. And then 5 years from now, you
look back and think
I'm an asshole now. Yeah.
I know. When we first got the band back together in Styx, we thought, "Hey, look how much cooler we look now." And I look back 10 years ago, we're like, "What were we thinking?"
Again, what were we?
I know. So like, today? I'm going to look back to these jeans and a t-shirt. What a stupid idea this was.
You can't really lose with jeans and a t-shirt, though. You know?
Well, that's the genius of Malcolm Young. Never looks out of style.
Yeah, it's true.
How long has Styx been back together?
Well, it's on the 24th of this month. It was 10 years since Lawrence Gowan joined the band, and that's when
God.
I know. Can you believe this?
And he sounds a lot like Dennis.
Well, you know, he doesn't really when you start A-Bing them, but he's got his voice sounds so good in that register that you know if you're not just playing things side by side,
right?
It really does justice to the songs, and in the past 10 years he's really made them his own.
Is there like real bitterness between you guys, or have you just did you grow apart artistically, or do you really like this is probably somebody I'll never work with again?
I never say never to anything, but really the whole time that we were in a band together, we never really hung out. I think Dennis came to my house one time the whole time we were in the band. And it wasn't that we weren't friends, it was just that we saw each other enough on the road, and he lived in Chicago and I lived in Michigan, and you know, when we were doing that, there wasn't this appetite in the media for all this intrigue and what's going on and any kind of so you never knew anything about what was going on with Styx. We could have these horrendous arguments. And if you ever see this video of a song called "Sing for the Day," you know, we look like the sweetest bunch of little American guys. We had just had this. We were ready to kill each other's argument. Okay, guys, here we go. And beep, beep, beep. And there goes the playback thing. And we're like, looking at each other and smiling. And my wife says, "You guys look like you're about ready to have sex with each other or something." I said, "No, it's just because we're so pissed off." It was like, "I ain't showing it. You going to show it?" Nope. And no one ever knew that we just had differences of opinions on stuff. And it made a good behind the music, because at the time we had everybody just kind of separated, and we were still trying to figure, you know when you it's like a divorce. Okay, you can move away and everything, but wait a minute, I bought that couch. That's my couch. I want that fucking couch. And then after a while you go, I am getting the couch. Okay, but I'll give you some money. You can get a new couch.
So you're happy to where band's at now? Like you're happier?
I think everybody's happier. You know, Dennis he's such a great creative force, and you know, he's single-minded in his what he wants to do, and a lot of that really led to the success of the band. And I was just kind of a kid when I grew up in Styx, and but there came a day where his likes went more towards the theatrical stuff, and ours were still kind of the progressive band that we'd always been.
What was a piece of the theatrical, or what was something that would happen on stage? Because I never saw that stage show, but I remember hearing about it. It's like it was people talked about the strain it had put on the band. What was some of that?
Well, like you said, they had to start performing and doing the robot and all this.
But is that what you would do? I don't like. What did he conceptualize?
It got very. I've seen Styx a million times. They got very theatrical,
Well,
and he just wanted to kind of just be in a band.
Yeah, and
that was the separation.
That really should have been a theatrical performance, but our whole way of doing things was to route a tour, go out and play arenas, and then try and play as many, play some stadiums and things like that. But that really belonged in a theater. And we came to New York. We played. What's the name of that theater? The City Center. And trouble is, the momentum of the band and the way things normally do, you gear up and you do all this stuff. So we're bringing in all the truckloads of stuff, and you can only put about 1,500 people in that place. So it started just snowballing the expense of the whole thing, and we didn't have any sponsors or anything. So we're just all writing checks for this thing that we didn't really want to do. And so all those things after 8 years, and we had a new management company. Our old manager knew how to get in between us and solve those things, and we could go yell at him and go, "This guy, I fucking hate him," and he would. The other guy would say, "I hate that motherfucker too," but we would never say it to each other.
Right.
We had new management, so we had no one in between us, and so all these things really came. You started crumbling the foundation of the band, and like I said, we really should have taken time off.
How is Nugent to collaborate with? Because he seems like, when you interview him, Ted's a very headstrong guy, he seems like. But is he a fun guy to like to collaborate with and like to sit down and bounce it? Like, I don't like that line. Maybe you'll try this line.
Ted, what I love about Ted is he will come in and he'll throw everything he's got down on the table first in the first 10 minutes. And he can basically leave. And you can take what he has put down right there and you can work entire songs around it. And he's got a short attention span. He's like this guy. He gets more done in one day than most people get done in a month.
Yeah.
So once you figure that out with Ted, you don't expect him to be around for the whole thing. And so, like with High Enough, Jack and I wrote this thing, but we were in my apartment here in New York, and all I had was a keyboard and a little, thing to record it on. So it was fucking keyboards, which Nugent, he uses keyboards for target practice. Serious. He does. Yeah, he blows up keyboards.
He's not a keyboard fan?
No.
I know. It's funny.
Yeah.
So here we are. We made this demo with a drum machine and a keyboard. That's all I had, that I could record. I didn't have microphones in the place. But it was High Enough. And we're thinking, shit, this sounds good. But it's got keyboards in it. So what are we going to do? So we've taken it back to the where we were rehearsing or playing it for the crew, and they're going, shit, this sounds good. What are we going to do? It's got keyboards. And then Nugent happened to walk in and overhear it, and said, well, all this thing needs is it gets his guitar on with it, turns it up all the way, and puts all the Nugent on it. Was like, and he was right. But that was Ted's contribution to High Enough, was that he put the Ted Nugent stamp on it.
So he didn't complain about the keyboards being in it?
There weren't any. We took the keyboards out.
Oh, you took them out?
Yeah, that was just a demo.
Oh, okay.
Replace it with Ted.
Yeah, and then it just worked. People are requesting "Fooling Yourself." Can you give us a taste of "Fooling Yourself"?
Yeah.
It's made for the acoustic guitar, I think.
Fooling Yourself.
You're a troubled young man, I can tell. You got it all in the palm of your hands. Your hands are wet with sweat, and your head needs a rest. And you're fooling yourself if you don't believe. You're kidding yourself if you don't believe it. Why must you be such an angry young man when your future looks quite bright to me? How could hide such a lamb, such a caring young man, and you're fooling yourself. You don't believe it. You're killing yourself if you don't believe it. Yeah, get back on your feet. You're the one making beat, and you know it. Yeah, come on. Let's see what you got. I'll just take your best shot and go away.
Wow. Tommy Shaw, fooling yourself. We got the coolest jobs. Just sitting here watching him play that for us. That's amazing.
See, you're right. This is kind of a fucking fun gig. You get to watch a show from like 3 feet away.
I know, you forget sometimes.
One quarter in.
I was literally thinking that like halfway through. Like,
Why do we bitch ever? Why? Why do we bitch?
Cool, man. And they said that you don't like playing Babe, and that's fine. You don't have to, but I remember the first song I was telling them before, and I really got a fucking beating for it, was that the first song I ever had associated with a girl was Babe, and then here's one of the guys in the band fucking singing.
Hey, look, I wrote the solo part to that song. We played it one time, and it just does. That's a personal song that Dennis wrote for his wife.
Yeah.
He asked us not to play it. He asked me, because there were a couple of times where we kind of took the piss out of it, in Chicago, and one time in particular, Damn Yankees played there, and we're all full of ourselves, and there's still a little bit of rivalry going on back then, and so we're at the World Theater, I think, and we did this thing. I come out, in the middle of the Damn Yankee set, instead of playing Come Again, I go, I always wanted to play this song, so I started playing Babe, and Nugent's kind of hovering over me like, and he said, he taps me on the shoulder. He said, "Look, your guitar's a little bit out of tune. Let me just check it out for you." And he takes my guitar off and smashes it into a million pieces and throws it out in the audience. Well, Dennis's daughter was in the audience, and she came back and said that was kind of shit. That wasn't cool.
What'd you do? What did you think when you saw her face when she came back? We all good, Billy.
You do shit.
Oh, we in Chicago?
You think you're really funny, and after you think about it, it was like, maybe that wasn't that funny.
Hi, I was just thinking of your dad.
What did
you thought he was in St. Louis?
we ran into each other in an elevator in Syracuse, New York, and we kind of worked that all out. And I said, I won't do that anymore.
Yeah,
what did you ever see Cartman's rendition of "Come Sail Away"? And
that was fantastic.
Yeah, did you think that was hysterical?
Well, we had Todd, our drummer, had brought us like a third or fourth generation videotape of the first episode of South Park, where it was Santa and Jesus.
Oh yeah, we all got that. Classic.
So we were on with South Park from the very beginning, when it was just underground like that. So when we were like spoofed on South, that was like, think about it,
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
That was very cool. And like in Jack Blade's son James, who was I think he was in college at the time. He'd never even heard "Come Sail Away" before, and he was like, "That's you. That's your guy's song." So it helps. Anytime something new like that comes along and introduces a whole new generation to your music, you gotta love it. Thank your lucky stars.
What do you think of bands going on way past the original members leaving the band? Because we talk about that from time to time.
It really depends on. You got to judge it band by band. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, like
sure.
You got Journey, the new singer for Journey, sounds exactly like Steve Perry, but
to
I
the
think
point
that
where
it becomes a tribute band.
Except you got the rest of the band.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that those guys eventually retire, move on, and then the new guy from Journey, all of a sudden you got a hit. So then, you know what I mean? The popularity stays up as you guys decide to move on.
Yeah.
It's almost like a franchise in the end. Like you could be sitting home.
Well, in Journey is a unique thing. Their song list is so good, and it's like part of my DNA. It's like, to have Journey continuing on, especially with a guy who's that good of a singer that he's inspired the band to play better. And he sings those songs like Steve Perry at his peak, and it's so good. It's like, well, okay, I know, it's like, I know you're not my old girlfriend, but you look just like her. So,
You look like her. You look like a younger version of her. You fuck better than her, and you ask for less money than her.
So let's go. I just, it's what is that? The disbelief thing, like when you're watching a movie, yeah. So with Journey, I'm so glad they're still out there playing those songs. Because you want to hear those songs again.
Oh, the people, the places are packed. I mean,
I think the biggest thing is the lead singer. The lead singer, the worst is when you go to see a band. I don't mind if everybody gets older, but when you go and the dude can't sing anymore, and the high notes, and they just stick the mic out to the crowd, or they just cut it off really quick, or they just say it instead of singing it.
Or
that's
they got
the
like
worst.
a line of backup singers doing it.
Yeah, that's
the
like
high part of something.
Yeah.
I guess that's taking care of yourself. Partly just age or something. I mean, you sound fantastic. I mean, you still obviously have the pipes there, which is great.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Sometimes you look at it like I say 57 Chevy. If you want to see the 57 Chevy that's been redone from the ground up, it's with a new paint job on it, or you want the one that's been sitting out in the, sometimes it's the one that's sitting out in the field and it's just not, won't start. It's all original.
Yeah.
But
it's not quite
rusted
there,
out behind a barn.
But then you got sometimes the all original one that somebody's taken really good care of.
Yeah.
So it's all band by band. You gotta.
Yeah. We're heading toward a break, but is there anything else you want to play for us, Tommy, before we hit that break? Or I mean, you've done a great job.
Is
for
there
us.
something new that you have, like that you're promoting?
Yeah, I don't know
that's new?
I don't know where you want us to go with
Well,
this.
we got the. Kevin and I wrote this. Kevin
Can't
Cronin
Stop
and I
Rockin'?
wrote this "Can't Stop Rockin'" song.
New single to promote the tour.
Yeah.
With REO Speedwagon Sticks.
And everybody in both bands played on it. I sing the first verse, and Kevin sings the second. I'll sing the first verse.
Hey now, brother, I can see it in your face. You don't understand how you got into this place. Big shots taking handouts, well, guess who paid? Now they're telling us to change our ways. So you tighten your belt and dirty your hands. Wake up your bling up, let me tune my guitar up. So you tighten your belt and dirty your hands. Wake up your boots and make a stand. Raise your fist and be a man. Put the pedal to the metal for the promised land. This house is shaking, nobody's knocking. Whoa, we can't stop rocking. The doors are open, no need to lock 'em. Whoa, we can't stop rocking. The road is long, but we'll still carry on. You can't stop rocking. Can't stop rocking. We can't stop rocking.
Oh, something like that.
Tommy Shaw.
I tried that by myself.
Very good.
That was great, man. Thank you. Fucking fantastic. And again,
Unbelievable.
TommyShaw.com and also Ticketmaster.com for tickets for REO Speedwagon Sticks and 38 Special. They start May 13th and they're going through July 11th. Go around here June 24th.
June 24th at PNC. If you're a Rock Band, if you play Rock Band, the video game, this song is available as a download on Rock Band.
Okay.
So,
cool.
Rock Band's a sponsor for our tour.
Oh, that's a good sponsor to have.
Yeah, that game might take off.
Yeah, that might have some legs.
It's got some potential.
Oh, you know what? You know, I'll tell you
Might have
something
legs.
interesting is we hadn't been on any of those, and I'd licensed Renegade a couple of years ago, and I'm going, why is it never on there? Well, I didn't realize it, but you have to have your original masters because they split it apart so you can turn up the drums and turn up the lead vocals.
Oh,
So
right.
when we got the sponsorship with Rock Band, we do this new song. We want 3 of your old songs, and so. Like, okay, so let's get the original masters. Well, we can't find them. Nobody knows where they are.
They're just out there somewhere.
They're in somebody's
and-
basement or somewhere.
Oh,
so
man.
we're about to have a Rock Band sponsor the tour. We got nothing on it. So we went and re-recorded 3 of the songs.
Wow.
That sound just like the original masters. So when you hear them on there, they're brand new recordings of that.
Oh,
Where the hell did those will pop up someday and be like, hey, look what I found.
Oh,
Someone's
thought we
attic.
had them. Yeah, we thought we had a line on them. The lady whose husband owned the studio where the stuff was recorded, she said, "I've got a bunch of stuff in the basement. not only yours, but a whole bunch of other bands' stuff.
Holy
been in it
shit.
for 30 years, but before she gave the stuff up, she said, I really need to be paid for the storage of this stuff for 30 years. And so, trying to get a corporation to do that, they finally figured it out, like the day before a few days before the deadline, and our stuff wasn't in there. So,
so you guys paid her storage, and it wasn't even in there?
No, Universal had to work out a deal with her.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of stuff back, but it wasn't in there.
All right.
Sean Cassidy.
Yeah. William Shatner's original solo work.
Awful stuff.
Oh, yeah, the worst stuff ever.
Let's get Tommy Shaw out of here. That was great,
Thanks
Tommy.
so much,
Thanks
man,
for
playing,
having me,
too.
guys.
We'd love to have you come
Thanks,
back and
man.
play some more for us. Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break. We got Colin Quinn coming in next?
Yes.
All right. And
The
Bill
new
Burr
svelte Colin Quinn
has been hanging out with us. He's playing Caroline starting tomorrow night. Get his tickets, 212-757-4100.
If I could be a superhero, I would be awesome man. I'd fly around the world fighting crime according to my awesome plan. And if I saw criminals trying to lie, hurting other people and making them cry, I'd haul them off to jail in my awesome van. 'Cause I would be awesome man. Yeah. Then I say kids, now you know. We all know that when people offer you drugs and alcohol, like me, you just say no, right? If I could be a superhero, I would be a drug-free boy, telling the world of the evils of drugs and all of the lives they destroy. Well, I take all the junkies getting so high with their needles and bongs and their sticks made of tie. As I burn them alive, I would squeal with joy, 'cause I would be drug-free boy. If I could be a superhero, I'd be immigration dude. I'd send all the foreigners back to their homes for eating up all of our food and taking our welfare and best jobs to boot, like landscaping, dishwashing, picking our fruit. I'd pass a lot of laws to get rid of their brood, 'cause I'd be immigration dude. And I have the kids imagine what superhero they would be. They could be any superhero. If you could be a superhero, would you be Justice Guy? Making sure people get what they deserve, especially women who lie. Like if a wife left her husband with 3 kids and no job to run off to Hawaii with some doctor named Bob, you could skin them and drain them of blood so they die, especially Bob. Then you would be Justice Guy. Or you could be more subtle, I didn't mean to be vague. Give her the mad cow disease, let him die of the plague, as long as they suffered for their horrible lie, especially Bob. Then you would be Justice Guy. Yes, then you would be a superhero like me.
David Lynch.
There you go. That one's for the kids.
Opie and Anthony. I just want to say before we start talking to Colin Quinn, how great was Tommy Shaw?
Phenomenal.
Motherfucker.
Really good, man.
And by the way,
an asshole.
Why were you feeling like an
Because
asshole?
I've done nothing but trash that band forever, and then he comes on and he's fucking awesome.
I got to say, I was a big Styx fan growing up. I forgot.
I know. You know what? It was actually, I like the earlier stuff.
Absolutely, the earlier stuff.
It's more like that later stuff.
It was
with the,
Mr. Roboto was a good song
I
for
like the song.
for like a guilty pleasure, like a goof. I hate to say that, but too much time. But too much time on my hands is when the band lost me with all that.
That lady, babe, all that. I couldn't stand it. So then I felt like an asshole.
Yeah, but you got to go a little deeper, like Castles. What was that Castle song? Castles and
Castles in the sands.
That's
Believe me, I wanted to say that, but I was afraid it would be wrong.
It's castles.
Castles in the sky.
Castles.
It's only a finite amount of places they have castles.
Oh, castles in
Oh, but that guy
Scotland?
he was great.
He was great. That's what we're getting at.
We
I'm,
were
just, I'm
just
trying
in
to throw
mind.
some Sticks knowledge. Who gives a shit, even if I had it?
He was just telling me some vocal tricks about
What?
just about like your voice and
Me.
He said that you had to warm up.
Sounds really fucking
great.
good, man.
Yeah.
At this hour, to be able to pull that off, guy was hitting those high notes. He had some nice, like, rasp to his voice, too, and shit when he
was
wanted
just cool.
to.
And
he was a good interview.
And I told Ed, why didn't we think about that years ago, where you get these guys just to play a piece of a song? Because then you get a lot more songs out of it.
Yeah, you get like a verse, and then a chorus, another verse, and then you're done.
Usually a
It's a
lecture
hit.
like that comes in, they play an old classic and then their new song, and that's it.
Time
You
to
got
go.
4 or 5 songs out of them.
Yeah, it's great. Say to everybody that comes in, hey, do your fucking greatest hits for us.
Yeah, come on. Montage
like
of your
that.
hits. Go.
All right, Colin Quinn lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, I told you.
40 pounds, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'd say 40,
Wow.
maybe 50.
Jesus.
Maybe 50?
Maybe
Are you
50.
shitting me? 50?
Yeah.
Is it depression,
Fucking
or are
AIDS.
you
No,
actually
just
trying
the
to do
opposite
something?
way.
The AIDS.
I like the way he says it. It's depression. You're actually trying to do something. I'm actually trying to do something. But let's talk about Billy's.
All right, I'm sorry, Colin.
No, that's exactly right. That's a legitimate question. But I'm trying to do something. That's what it is.
No, you're doing something good. A one-man show, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's called
good.
My 2 Cents.
Mm-hmm. It's about the economy, but it's not boring, I swear to God.
Where is it?
At the Roy Arias Theater on West 43rd Street, starting next week for 2 weeks.
That's fucking cool.
I'd like an advance ticket.
I would like to see that
Everybody
show.
pays. I produced it myself, you kids alone.
I didn't say I wouldn't pay.
Everybody pays.
What an asshole.
I know.
We're trying to be nice to this guy.
Everybody pays.
This son of a bitch goes, I'd like an
You gotta
advance
support
ticket.
the guy.
Do you remember who was supporting you when you were sad?
That's
Your
right.
friends, Opie and Anthony.
Yes, of course, but
So look, give us a free ticket.
you don't want a free ticket. Everybody pays. I fucking laid out 15 grand for this goddamn thing. I'm
You appreciate it more when you pay for it.
What a shit.
Thank you,
Then
Anthony.
you're like,
You know
now
what?
I've
You want to be
paid for
those
this.
showbiz guys that have money but don't pay for shitty little shows? It's
Yes.
$40. You won't even notice.
Come on.
How about half price? Give me half price.
I want to
Give
sit
me
next
2
to
for
Jerry.
1, so we feel like we're getting something. 2 for
Yeah,
1.
Jerry.
I think you sit next to Jerry.
When's the
Like,
premiere? I'll pay for it.
I'll give you a plug.
Of all the nerve, this son of a bitch, I told you, I caught him years ago selling his CDs, and if he autographed them, it was an extra $10.
Me? No.
Did you ever do that, Jimmy?
My
Never.
friend from Dallas says swears by it.
Your friend from Dallas? Who? What fucking
friend from
idiot?
Dallas?
Who?
Asshole
Fucking
from Dallas.
Oswald? What asshole from Dallas? It's fucking Clay Bertrand. It's a male prostitute. That fucking.
By the way, because people can't move on, the song
I do
was
have a lovely
sorry.
table.
the song was Castle Walls. So now we can finally move on from that dumb Castle song.
No, I never charged for an autograph.
I didn't like Billy Burr's posture during the song. He was slumped over like
Was he trying to be?
fucking
Did
Renaissance
I not
king.
explain myself? I just
No,
felt
no,
like I
I
said it on air. I said I felt like an asshole because not only have I trashed and made fun of that band, I was making fun of it on the way in, and then he comes in, he's fucking awesome, he's a great guy and everything. I was just one of those like, God, I'm a douchebag.
You did explain yourself perfectly, but I just wanted to trash you anyway about it.
I thought it was a too cool
I thought you
for
would
the
make
room
fun of my
kind
comedy
of a look.
club T-shirt. I figured you'd go with that.
Ah,
The road hack.
that is pretty
Road
disgusting.
hack.
Why don't you move the mic closer, Carl? You're fucking leaning into it like a fucking
The fact
porpoise.
that Tommy Shaw knew Jimmy Norton's
That hurts.
material.
That
and
hurts a
stuff,
little bit.
that
Little bit,
You knew
bit.
Jimmy Zach?
Oh yeah, he's like, oh yeah, we saw you. We watched your DVD on the bus.
On the
and-
tour bus, yeah.
You know how it is. Celebrities recognize each other. What am I going to do? What happens? They all know the kid.
We got Jimmy Norton on the video.
We got.
Yeah.
That's great.
We brought Colin in to promote the one-man show, but also talk about Scorch. We found some gold. Some gold.
Yeah, well, Colin,
big fan of the Scorch.
I love so
well,
well. That's
who
what
doesn't love
reminded me
Scorch?
about Lady Di and Marion. Reminded me of the Dennis DeYoung.
Yes, Marion's hair.
Marion had the Dennis DeYoung hair.
It was
Remember?
the Dennis DeYoung hair she did. Oh, that helmet head. Oh, horrible. I really did just want to shove a face mask right in front of it.
It was like a
Glue it
stormtrooper
to her
hat
hair. Yeah.
made of dryer lint. Fucking awful. With a lisp, an obese, gout. Awful. Gout on her face. A fucking
But
fat
still,
disaster.
I dare anybody I defy anybody. And at the time, the MTV Music Awards were considered very hip.
Oh, yeah.
I defy anybody to do anything funnier than these two, bringing those two as their fucking dates.
And then
And
then
the funniest thing ever.
But we refused to interview anyone.
I know, they were like, hi! Remember Dale Earnhardt?
They did Dale Earnhardt Jr.
We watched fucking Mick Jagger walked
Oh,
over
my
and they said
God.
hi and he walked away.
He walked away. Management hated us. They didn't get the bit. We're like, no, the bit is we're there, but we're not going to interview
It was
nobody.
the publicity people that kept like ushering the people away because, like you said, Mick Jagger was coming over, and then the handlers saw Lady Di and Marion and just went, "Oh no, no, no," and like would push them away. Like they're taking a bullet for him. It's horrible.
Because that's so great. Is in the middle of this show that at the time thought, and they were like really popular at MTV. That thinks of itself as the hippest, fucking beautiful people, even though they would never say that about themselves. They're too hip to know.
Of course.
But they thought they were just, everybody's just dressed and fucking, and to see those two wretches of the fucking, as if I can quote the Statue of Liberty, the wretched refuse.
Wretched refuse.
Standing there like all enthusiastic and like, hi.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., I'm sorry about your father. I'm sorry about your yelling like what are you wearing or who are you wearing? They're just, I'm sorry to hear about your father, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Come over here, we want to talk to you.
Wearing like
oh my
fucking,
God, you didn't
wearing
see
like
that.
Jimmy Buffett in Orlando t-shirts.
No, they got their hair done for the damn
Yeah, they
thing.
got all gussied
They went
up.
to the parlor, Colin.
They were all
You forgot.
gussied up.
And they got new dresses from like Kmart or something. You're
Oh,
forgetting
yeah.
the bit.
The
They took it
That was
very
great.
seriously.
I know. It's the greatest thing of all time.
Hey, E-Rock, you got a clip of that?
Fantastic.
We got to find a clip of that.
The funniest part of fucking Lady Di with that awful hair is when they made her fucking paint a little black mustache on herself, and every time she walked in, they played the fucking the Laurel and Hardy music.
She looked just like him with that greasy fucking 1920s hairdo she had on.
That music, that.
Yeah. Now, Marion, we have to ask some questions.
She's like,
I was just trying to get Dale Earnhardt Jr. He's very upset at you.
Sorry about your father.
Now, let me have it. The pie. Let me have it.
and if they ever recover, that's the saddest part. Is the tragedy is that they ended like Edgar Allan Poe and like Van Gogh. Their genius led to madness.
Yeah, Lady Di ended up homeless, blowing fucking men under the train tracks.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. Good for her.
Exactly. That's called. That's pretty much what should have happened.
Oh, she should have been found like that fucking nanny
Hopefully
in
she's
Boston.
better
Half
by
of her would have weighed as much as a regular person, but
Oh, in the dumpster.
yeah, old dumpster nanny.
Just you wanted to see her torso floating in the fucking.
Oh, yeah. Oh, did I want to see a police boat fucking gaffing her onto the deck?
Yeah. Electrical tape around her fucking fat wrists. She's all bloated and fucking black or blue.
That's it. I see fucking diamonds cutting her back. They photograph a moth pupa in her throat.
Her fucking rotten Wrangler jeans stuck to her fat legs, fat swollen feet.
Go on now. We'll make fun of her now. Go on.
We'll take care of her from here. Y'all took her this far.
Was she a parrot head?
Jesus. And then we got Scorch there, Colin.
Yeah.
And
Well,
we found
Scorch
some
is,
gold with Scorch that we want to play for you.
You know,
Scorch
Scorch
is
had
fantastic.
Scorch has a TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard he's gonna. Sam was telling me.
Why don't you convey some of your favorite Scorch moments?
Well, just any kind of when he gets rowdy with any kind of like, hey, today was like midget. I remember just listening. He always had like these great things, and they were like, it was like Shock Jock 1988 shit. Only it was 2000.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, today we got midget naked wrestler. I mean, it's,
Do show dressing. Do show dressing. That was a great one. Is it do show dressing?
And Colin was reminding us at the time we had our listeners throw yellow paint on him while he was
he's
in a
Scorch
cage.
trying to do some good. He's trying to do some good charity work for animal rights, which everyone agrees with. So he goes in a cage like a dog. And actually, when I was going to visit, I went to the Prospect Park Zoo tripping on acid. One of the workers there and locked himself in the cage, my friend's brother. And it became like a national story. Meanwhile, he's just tripping, and he locked himself in. Like, these animals are mistreated, but he's just like tripping, you know. And it became like, hey, this guy's like deep, you know. He's just like dirty. It's like a mescaline down fucking chain smoking. So fun. But Squash did his version of that in Syracuse. Or now I heard Sam tells me he's now in Manchester. Which is a good market.
No, yeah, they call it what again?
Manch Vegas.
Manch Vegas.
Manch Vegas.
Why do they call it that?
I have no idea. There's no reason for it either. The place is the furthest thing from Vegas.
I'm sure there's a clever reason for that.
Oh my God!
They're just punching up the coolness factor.
Just by putting Vegas on a name like.
Well, because people think it's like not so much a party town with a name like Manchester, but it is. And so they have to bring it up to Manch Vegas, letting people know, you know, if Las Vegas is a little far, Manch Vegas is right around the corner.
So is there gambling there?
Probably not. I don't know. So much gambling.
Are there casino maybe hotels?
Some shiny lights,
big light shows.
No, it's not known for that.
So it's
much.
Nothing like Vegas.
It's more the spirit.
The spirit of Vegas.
Spirit
has the suffix.
What goes on in? I don't even know what to say anymore.
Are we going to give...
What happens in Manch Vegas stays in Manch Vegas? Is that...
Because nobody cares.
Yeah, because no one gives a shit.
What happens in Manch Vegas
boring story.
Are we going to give Colin a little
We
taste?
have to give him some
Please.
There's one.
You've got to see it.
Do we want to replay the...
Well, I say just the part where he's explaining. There's a scene where Scorch kind of gets a little bit serious, and I think that's important.
I emailed Danny some clips. I think at least... It's the first part of the first episode that we already watched.
Yeah.
And then there's some other clips that show some of the really cool segments that he does on PFG TV.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to get this set up for you. Colin, let's not forget My 2 Cents, a one-man show with Colin Quinn starting next week.
When's it start? When's the celebrity premiere?
Yeah, you got one of those?
Yeah, when's the start?
Wednesday.
Yeah, when can Jim walk the carpet?
No, Wednesday's what? Just opening
Wednesday's
night?
the opening night, but I mean, that's when the celebrity premiere. That's when if Jerry, I haven't contacted Jer, but if Jer comes, and Anthony will get to sit next to his favorite celebrity at my shows, my Aunt Margaret.
Hitler.
Hey, it was Hitler's birthday last week.
Yes, it was.
And we're sitting there, and this writer for Anthony Jeselnik's writing for Jimmy Fallon. He's a comedian. So I stop him, and he's like, Hitler's birthday. I go, you gotta have a joke for it. So just then, Norton passes by. And I go, Jim, I set it up for him, and he came through like the clutch. I go, Jim, hey, everybody. Jimmy Fallon, welcome to I pretend I was Jimmy. Hitler's birthday is today. And Jim goes, how hard it is to find a cake with 6 million candles?
Oh, shit.
I did that on the show the next day.
Oof. That's a bad one.
That was a good joke.
It is a good one, but it's one of those, oof.
Yeah.
Here it is, his Scorch. First of all, just the fact that Anthony said oof.
Is it July 1st, Colin, your premiere?
He must be under some charges. July 1st, it's May 6th, it's next Wednesday.
Yeah, let's get
hold on. What are we in now?
We're
July
almost in May.
Yes, it's July 1st.
I say oof to cover up the fact that I had people over and a party on the 20th.
I was going to say that oof sounds like community service oof. Here it is, Scorch.
But I said it wasn't a celebration of the man's birthday and stuff. It was more a
celebration
look
of his
back
work.
It was a look back at the era, and what it took to defeat the fascism and the Nazis.
Right.
And,
It's like 80s
remembrance
night at like a nightclub.
Lest we forget.
80s night.
Yeah, exactly. It's like retrospective.
Please play some of this for Kyle.
Yeah, let's go. Here we go.
Scorch.
So the setup, Kyle, I think we said it, but he does a TV show from a Chinese restaurant on a Tuesday night.
Well, the Chinese restaurant has since burned to the ground.
Yeah, it burned to the ground. But
It was scorched to the ground.
He's trying to do a TV show. There's 20 people in there. You could hear them talking among themselves and ordering food.
This is something he does on a weekly basis?
Yes, PFG TV is a weekly show.
A weekly show. He goes out and just look at the subtleties, like the panning of the crowd and him talking up the crowd.
I like that. I see the pool table in the back already.
Yeah,
that's always the place you get good Chinese food. There's a pool table in the dining room.
All right, here we go.
Spin the wheel of meat. Special visual guest, Vegas Pepper. And you, the PFG Bible.
God.
There's nobody there.
No.
You see all those transitions, the new shots of the audience?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're using that like early 80s video design technique.
Exactly. Every wedding video had that dissolve.
Close your shades. Help me. Get the PFG.
Is that him?
Yeah.
I've never seen him in person.
Wow.
On the wheel of meat.
Extreme close up so you don't realize it's one row deep.
Coming out to PFG TV, the TV show. We have got someone is going to spin for the first time ever the wheel
bags under his
of
eyes. Jesus.
meat.
The spinning the wheel of meat.
I've heard about the wheel of meat forever.
Amazing.
I know the wheel of meat from school.
Look at the tarp. That's like he should be covering a boat. That's part of his set is a tarp.
And special musical guest. Kill that feedback. Wait, somebody lower that or something.
Good one.
Special musical guest, Vegas Temper.
Good one.
Okay, he walks away.
Yes. So before I go any further, I want to talk about a couple of things. Anybody hear about the SWAT team that went through Manchester the other day? Nobody? Did you hear about that?
It happened outside my house.
It happened outside my house. I'm freaking out. I go
That is the
out
best.
for a walk. All of a sudden, I see these guys dressed. I thought it was Columbine. I see these guys dressed up in full, like camouflage. All you can see is their eyes. And I hear them say, "We're going to set up right
This
here."
monologue,
The
Colin.
first thing that came to my mind was Columbine. Shit, my house is in trouble. I'm probably going to get killed right here. Second thing that came to mind is, maybe it's the DEA. So as
True, because
of
the
like
Columbine
8:30
kids
this
all wore those outfits. They wore those. special forces SWAT team outfits.
Exactly. And he thought it was Columbine.
Even though,
and
yeah.
I like how he mentioned it though earlier, and the guy said that happened right in front of my house, and he ruined Scorch's whole bit there because then because he had to go. No, it happened in front of my house, and I don't live near you.
No, they both live in the same shitty apartment complex. The formerly singles apartment complex for people trying to get away from the the mad humdrum of Boston, and they moved up to Manchester.
Match Vegas.
Right, Match Vegas. Sorry, Sam.
But he has no comic timing, or delivery. He has no comic style whatsoever.
It's good. He just agrees with hecklers.
Right.
You're an asshole. You're an asshole. Or whatever. Repeats what they say.
It's like a 4-year-old. That's my house.
It's like Columbine. They were dressed like angels, something. Just like astronauts. What?
He's the best. The awful turtleneck. It's like Donald Pleasance. Fucking horrendous.
Pleasance.
A nice tight 3-minute setup.
Oh, it's just abysmal.
3-minute setup with every detail digressing into other shit.
And what you can't see at home, he's talking with the pointer finger and pinky pointed out, like with the devil horns. Like that's how he gesticulates.
Yeah, that's his move.
Can we please see more? I want to hear the punchline.
8:30, like an hour ago, I was actually still pulling balloons full of crap out of like my backyard because my stash was gone because I ain't gonna get in trouble with that. How many people enjoy a good stash? Everybody enjoy a good stash.
Give it up for your wait staff.
That was the joke.
How many enjoy a good? Oh, there was that he was afraid they were going to steal his drugs.
Steal his drugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the kind of entertainment you get it there in Manch Vegas.
Yeah. PFG TV, the TV show.
Right.
More.
What else was going on, man? I mean, like I was talking, me and Nick were talking about this, about the whole Elvis thing. Whatever happened, like, why is so cool about Elvis, you know? Why doesn't Charles Nelson Riley ever get seen at a 7-Eleven? You know what I mean?
I'll take a burrito in a Honcho magazine.
This is going true.
You know what I mean? What's up with that? Why is it always Elvis? Elvis? I'm not a fan of Elvis. I love Charles Nelson Riley. Not that way. He might have liked it, but not that way.
I get it.
Colin, you like this?
Because he's
Yes.
And who's been
I love this. Actually.
who's been talking about an Elvis sighting in the last 15
No one.
years?
One.
I mean,
I just love how
hey, you see an Elvis 7-Eleven. No one ever sees Charles Nelson Riley at a
he just barrels through the setup punch right to the next thing.
yeah.
Goes, and I love Charles Nelson Riley. Not that way, but you know he's a great guy. It's like what the fuck?
It's just
He has like fucking Star Search concepts for setups.
horrible.
horrible.
Oh, he's atrocious.
But he is correct.
No one doubts his facts, or no one doubts the historical accuracy of his material.
Yeah.
He is correct.
A little more scorch.
So anyway, we got a great night in store tonight, you know what I mean? Because I want to introduce Nick and Jolanda and Jeff Lawrence.
He has the worst crew ever.
This is our favorite part tonight. We have a PFG disciple that is the ultimate in PFG disciples. Where's Brian? Is Brian out there?
PFG disciple, they're called.
Because Brian did something that, honest to God, my mother would not only take me out of her will, but she would never have sex with me again if I did what Brian did. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, that is PFG to me. Okay?
Oh my God!
Now, let's everybody have a seat. Relax.
Yeah,
Enjoy
that's what we
yourselves.
said.
Everybody have a seat. I want my
He tattooed PFG on his arm.
Because what I want to start talking about today.
All right, stop this. Just a second.
Brian.
For score.
First of all, his partner next to him, Mr. fucking Gazzo from Rocky.
Yeah, either that or it looks like Clemenza in 2 when he went to steal the rug.
Scorch is about ready to tell everyone why he does PFG TV, Colin.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then he asked the same question to his staff.
To his staff.
It's just good to watch him get
I
serious.
think they're shooting this in that same bar where Nicole Kidman killed Matt Dillon in that movie. You know, when it's like, she kills her husband. What's it called?
I don't know.
Die for?
Yes.
Eyes wide shut.
Oh, well, yeah.
She kills Matt Dillon.
Oh, we're not going to play anymore?
Yeah, play it.
We should.
Help me.
A great question to me the other day. Brian said, why do you do what you do, and why do you love doing what you do? So I want to answer the question. I want to give everybody here the chance to answer the question. I love doing what I do. It's going to sound really hokey and gay, but you know what? And I want you guys to turn around. I love doing what I do.
Hold on, please. He goes, it's going to sound hokey. And I want you to turn around. See, because at this point, they are all at the bar facing away from him. No shit. And he's going to tell them why he does what he does. And this is very sincere. And he wants them to, he has to actually ask them to turn around.
I want to put a beard
They're
on.
ordering shots.
Please, everybody, if you could just give a shit for a minute.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I want to put a beard on Bob Kelly. I want this to be fucking Bob.
Right there.
I want to give everybody here the chance to answer your question. I love doing what I do. It's going to sound really hokey and gay, but you know what? And I want you guys to turn around. I love doing what I do because of you guys. You know what I mean? No, I said I love doing what I do because of you guys. When I was a little kid, I was a little fat, picked-on little kid. You know what I mean? And now, I would like to say that I've seen some of the people I've gone to school with, and you know what? I'm looking good. People look at me. I'm looking good. I'm feeling good. I got these fat slobs that I went to school with. Has anybody noticed that? The girls you go to school with that were hot are now fat slobs?
Anyone's picking on you?
You were right, Rupert, and we were wrong.
What's funny is he's acting like he's a success now, like almost like here I sit at the zenith of the career. It's like he's in a fucking Chinese place with a tarp behind him, bombing.
I was your high school principal, Rupert.
I like how he's sitting down like he's Cosby.
Yeah,
Like he's earned that.
Just all
I can even
smooth.
sit down and suck.
He gets up, he approaches the camera. It's like interactive. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And that fucking rotten crew of his, I can't stop looking at them.
I know.
That's the worst supporting cast ever.
He's horrible.
But he is dressed like the young Vito Corleone, right?
Yes.
That's how Vito was dressed, with a little...
Yeah, the little mustache.
His fucking partners are just complete asses.
I do what I do because of you.
Well, let's not forget, Sam was one of his partners at one point.
That's true.
If I hadn't come here, I could have been on.
You'd have been right
PFG.
there. You'd have been sitting right there in this video.
Big TV star in Manchester.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have paid your dues. You would have taken it for granted.
And
now you work your way up.
Sam, why do you do what you do? What would you have answered?
Turn around.
Coincidentally enough, the same reason Scorch, for the people.
Yeah.
For all the people.
For the
I mean,
people.
I
Let's
got
hear it
you.
for the people.
Yeah.
By the way, I feel very sad that my last appearance when I forced with David to do a Hebrew sports. Apparently, that was the finish of his career.
That was it.
I go, David's still doing Hebrew news? No.
I'm not doing
After last time, they
anything.
don't like me anymore.
Now he had a catchphrase kind of a thing where he would go like, whoa, whoa. And now he
That's
can't
a
even
good-
do it right.
That's a good catchphrase.
It's a great catchphrase. He just went like, whoa. He was so shocked. He would go like, whoa, whoa. And now it's like, whoa. Yeah, all right.
Is it like a Joey Lawrence kind of thing?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes. Now he's way over the top with it
But
now.
that,
and-
what, yeah, I think that's, you know.
yeah, he ruined it for himself.
All right, let's find out why the rest of the guys.
Yeah,
did.
please.
Please.
Yeah,
The fat slobs are now fatter slobs. Nobody's gotten better but you. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I love doing what I do.
That's identifiable
because
material.
I
No
like
one's
to
gotten better except for you. That shows a man who's really done some insightful soul searching in his life.
As he sits in a Chinese
No one's done
restaurant.
better than except for you, they're all fat slobs. My life ends like that. It's perfect.
Fucking home video
And then he always
equipment.
ends it with, yeah.
They screwed me, and now I'm better than them.
But if
My life inside is over.
If this is his better, what was he before?
I know.
Just like a lump of shit?
We could hang out the windows and spit on people as they walk by and go, hey, suckers, how does it feel? Fucking Rupert.
He used to
It's
pick
the
on him because
best.
he used to actually draw that beard on in second grade and wear that turtleneck.
the first-hand reaction of the people. I love to be able to be me. I like to get paid to be me. However little or amount, you know, a lot we get paid, I enjoy a paycheck to be me. I like making a living out of having fun. You know what I mean? There's how many people in here have fun at their jobs? Yeah, you know.
They all say yeah.
But they're not supposed to be clapping
No,
at that.
he's like, no, guys, you're not supposed to.
Yes, I'm having fun at my job and I'm getting paid. How many people actually get to do that?
Yeah.
And everyone claps and it's like, well, it kind of shoots my little fucking
They're all
speech to
trained
shit.
that when you say, how many people here? And let's be honest, I can speak for myself and these two creep comedians. Whenever you're watching this, a little bodyguard is like, how many times have I been in that fucking bar trying to make 30 people turn around and listen to my fucking shit?
Yeah, Bill Ricken 99s.
They just hear like, how many people, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I do. I bet blah, blah.
I bet that's what Hitler was saying, and just in German. That's how he got him to come around.
How many people hate Jews?
Yes.
Yeah, what did he say?
How many people
Give me
can't-
another Stein of beer.
Now, how many people can't figure out why the economy in Germany keeps fucking up every time? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How many people are so hungry and it's like, it seems like one group of people, I don't know, is doing good.
Yeah, Heil. Yeah, I got you. I'm with you, bro.
Please, more.
We here have a lot of great time. So the bottom line is I like doing what I do. And once again, this is going to sound really hokey because what I do to me is PFG. So let's hear it for us. Now what I want to do is I want to ask Nick, and I want to pass it on. Nick Carpinelli, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. What are we supposed to do when I say, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Carpinelli? You say what? There you go.
What did they say? Hi, Nick?
Yeah.
Hi, Nick.
That's clever. That's something different.
You guys are awesome. The reason I do what I do is, I know he said something about being hokey and stuff.
He looks like
but I've
Voss.
got-
Yeah.
He has no idea, too.
He's like Voss if Voss were more insightful.
kids, they're teenagers, and I just want to be remembered for doing something. Okay, I don't want to
He
be
is
the
boss.
guy that was, you know, I was cleaning his pool. No, I don't want to be that guy. One of my kids to be able to go,
I'm a
"My
pool
dad."
cleaner, asshole.
I would be.
Exactly. Isolate half your audience.
How many pool cleaners are out there?
I just want to be remembered for doing something.
Something. And this is what he considers being remembered.
I've got 3 daughters, and I just want them to look down and go, Daddy was good.
And I'm dodging her.
Yeah, Voss is vain reaching for a poignant moment. It's humiliating to watch. Not one poignant act in 52 years. It's been fucking just meaningless nonsense on top of itself.
I tell you my favorite point, I think it was either on the show or he called in that day after 9/11. He goes, I was on the Jersey. Of course, he was on the Jersey side where he fucking belonged. And he's like, I was on the Jersey side, and my daughters go, what happened, Daddy? All this is probably made up, too, by that fool. And I go, honey, girls, there are some people that just don't like us.
Because that was the
Yes, he
extent.
called in the show and said, I heard on here.
That was the extent of his knowledge.
I wouldn't have been listening anyway.
That was all he knew.
What are they, Daddy? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's been 2 years afterwards. I'm not sure who it was. It might be Indonesian. Who knows?
He's
I
coming
always
in
forget.
tomorrow.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Voss will be here
Oh,
tomorrow.
what a fucking boob.
I don't know if we're going to have time to get to the scorched bits.
Oh, love
Well,
this part is still good.
Is this their holiday episode where they felt they needed to give back?
I don't know. The very special episode?
Yeah.
Well, this was the first one.
Yeah. All right, hit it.
I just want my kids to be able to be proud. I want my kids to be able to say, hey, you know what? My dad was Nick Carpinelli from Rock 101, or Nick Carpinelli from The Mill, or Nick Carpinelli from PFG TV. No matter what, I want my kids to be able to say, you know what? My dad was that guy. That's what I want.
That's the one
That's
thing they
what
will
makes me
say.
do it.
My dad was that guy.
Anybody playing comics this week? Says just got an email from comics that said the other guy from Opie and Anthony will appear this Thursday.
No.
Yeah, that's Jim Norton, the other guy from Opie and Anthony.
Are you doing comics?
Nope.
That guy.
You there all weekend at comics?
Nope.
Oh, that's
Not at
great,
all.
Jimmy. Good.
My dad is
Maybe
that
Bill
guy.
Burr, he's embarrassed to say it.
No, he's
Don't
got
you
I'm at
comics?
Caroline.
He's got Caroline's.
Oh.
Old school, huh?
They sent out a mass email. Who the fuck is promoting their appearance?
Maybe it's
I
Voss.
was going to do a spot on my friend's show, but I told him I'm not being announced and don't plug special guests or any of that shit.
Well, guess what? They just
Not
did.
happening. No, I'm not doing. I'm absolutely not doing the
Oh,
gig.
so it is you.
Absolutely.
See?
It was. I was going to do just a set like I would do at
Why
the Comedy
fuck
Cellar.
would they do that?
Because I
Just let
asked.
Jimmy
I fucking
walk
asked
out.
them not to do that shit. I would do a
If what?
20-minute set. I was going to go on early like every other fucking comic. Not doing it.
Don't you do it for the people?
No, I told them I will not be advertised here because I work fucking
That's their way of
Caroline's.
going. All right, we
Not happening.
We're not going to announce you, but they say the other guy from Opie and
Fucking
Anthony.
not happening.
And it's a
I will
mass-
not be at comics.
That's a mass email that just went out.
All right, well, good.
Oh,
I hope people show up. I'm not going.
Why don't you go to PFG TV instead?
Yeah.
Because you can't get booked on there. It's fucking way too far in advance. They have Matthew Fox. They have all the big
Why can't they just let you walk out as a nice surprise?
Not happening.
Jesus. We like the guys.
They
now,
got
that's it.
Tweety.
What the fuck is that about? There you go. It was Jimmy, but Jimmy's not going to do it now. All right. Sorry, Jimmy.
No, dude, I appreciate you saying that.
It just popped. And
The
I'm like,
other
what
guy from Opie and Anthony. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fucking work a gig like that for fucking like a $25 set like I would do at the Cellar.
Right.
That's exactly what I would do.
Right. You're just doing someone a favor. They have to pump it up and make it this whole thing. Just let it be a thing.
Don't rattle your iPhone.
It was
like
just a
that.
set like any other set. Like it was like,
Yeah.
you know, my friend is doing it, and it was like you go on, like, you know, we do you do the Cellar, or you do Stand Up New York, or you do any other
I
club.
gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
I
Back
heard
to
you were going to do
PFG.
props that night too.
I had a whole bunch of them. I had a black penis and a white penis, and I was going to put them both in front of me and go, ah.
That would probably kill.
That probably would.
Of course it would.
I tell you.
That would kill.
Be honest with you.
All right, back to PFG.
A little more scorch.
And for those that don't know, Nick was my very first intern at Rock 101 in like 1980.
Oh, poor Sam.
Sam.
So me and Nick have had a past. Jolanda, the girl Wanda. Jolanda, what do you do, what you do, and why do you love it so much?
Well, Scorch, when is your birthday?
I do it for all the cards.
Okay, so my my birthday's September 10th, and when I first talked to Scorch, it was when everything he just said, I feel the same way.
Wow.
I think that people have to tell me, like, wow, you're so comfortable in front of a crowd, but it's more like, I just like to have a good time.
Where's the crowd?
Exactly.
Let's do it.
She means she's comfortable in the bottom of the crowd. She looks like a fucking groupie from the 70s.
But thanks.
I'm comfortable with like a bass player and a drummer shitting in my mouth at the same time.
I could be dressed way sluttier right now, and I'm not.
I have pictures, I'll show you. Actually, their man is here. He has pictures, too. We traded.
And then our favorites, Scott Shannon and Stephen King's.
So I just have a really good time. I love leading the good time and rock on, rock out. I'm so
Aren't
happy
you supposed
guys
to,
are here
like-
tonight. We're gonna have a blast, and we're always gonna have a blast on PFG TV. Thank you.
She was on, her last appearance was on Intervention as a meth addict of the family.
How can they seriously say something like that PFG TV thing and take it like
Why aren't you
This
supposed to have like
seriously.
a history, build a following, and then look
Yeah,
back?
before you can do this.
You
You
start
know-
with a retrospective.
You don't start with a look back. You know, I remember the first time I saw Scorch walk out with the mic 3 minutes ago. It was a magic moment.
Didn't you read the
He did
article?
his Charles Nelson Riley band, his signature.
More info on the comics gig because I see Jimmy's steaming.
I
I'm trying
can't
to-
fucking tell you how angry I
I'm
am.
trying to calm you down. Now they're saying it might be Voss because Voss is doing the gig. So maybe he's being promoted as the other guy from Opie and Anthony.
No, it's not. They would just say his name. They would say
They would
Voss.
say Rich Voss. All right. Well, I'm trying to help you out because I see that. Look at how pissed he is.
They would say, first of all, if it was Voss, they'd say Rich Voss. And then a minute later, after the pause of uncomprehension, the other guy from Opie and Anthony.
Well, Rich will be in here tomorrow with Bill Burr and the Iron Sheik.
Yes.
That's great.
Iron
Okay, can we please not piss him off? Because I really wanted to meet Roddy Rowdy Piper.
Do you really?
Roddy Rowdy Piper?
And he
Or
brought
Rowdy Roddy.
whatever the hell his name is.
Roddy.
Roddy.
Who did like the Dream Dusty American Roads?
I don't know what his fucking name is. I want whatever.
Roddy Rowdy.
Ratso Rizzo Piper. What?
Call me Rowdy Roddy in my own goddamn house, would you? You just took a rest stop. Wasn't on the schedule.
Well, Jim, I don't blame you for being pissed off about that. I think people should protest the way you were treated by coming to Gotham Comedy Club this weekend.
And, yeah, I agree. Are you performing there?
Yes, I am.
It's funny. I did see your name on the marquee. I think that's where everyone should go this weekend to see Colin Quinn, as opposed to actually going to see his theater show. If this fucking dumbbell is plugging 8 things in a row in the same city, who the fuck he thinks he is? But apparently Colin's doing everything. Paramount Theater, fucking Gotham. You want to see his one-man show?
You're right, Jim. If anyone could learn restraint and promotion, I guess I learned from you, you cocksucking whore. The fucking balls of him. You can't get through an episode of this show without him naming his shitty
What's an
fucking
episode? Fucking old lady, shut up. A fucking episode.
Episode of my program.
Yeah, this goddamn podcast.
You make it sound very important. We do episodes. I like that.
Yeah, Colin's in Gotham Friday and Saturday.
Let me watch my stories. Leave me alone.
I don't like your new. I don't like your grace.
I'll tell you.
Well, seriously, Colin's on
Well,
fire. Go fuck yourself.
I want to plug it because this
we
way.
don't want your charitable shitty attitude.
While we're jumping on Colin,
all jokes aside, Colin is a guy.
Yeah, you're right. That I should be.
While we're
smashed.
jumping on Colin, I'll tell you why I hate Colin. Colin, you make it very hard for people to see you.
Why?
Tickets online. Ready for this, people? www.brownpapertickets.com. That's good so far. /event/63112.
No, just go
Get
that. Go to ColinQuinn.com. You buy tickets.
All right. That's easy.
Well, why isn't that on your little thing?
Because he's stupid.
Why isn't that? You got to remember numbers and stuff.
I know.
And backslashes.
I know. Forget about that.
We don't need backslashes.
That was pretty.
Oh,
that was
not
pretty
now.
crazy.
All right.
It's all right. It's just on the promotional flyer. Don't worry about it.
Okay, no big deal, right? I'm sorry, Colin. Bill's right.
Little more
You just
Scorch.
happen to run into Colin. He
more
can tell you
info.
the easier website to
No.
go to.
More info.
More info on the comics gig. Now Matt Theo's just, well, he writes, the email also said, the other guy from Opie and Anthony that was also in Lucky Louie and Down and Dirty.
No, I don't believe he's such bullshit.
And it's not Louis C.K.
Who is it?
PFG?
Did they? Really, they really did say the other guy from Opie and Anthony, though?
According to Matt Theo, yes.
That's the only confirmation we have on it is Matt Theo.
A couple other
I
guys.
think I get that in my corporate. I can go run check.
Can we look at it?
Yeah.
Because, you know, I'm not going to fucking bash the club. I'm just annoyed.
We like comics.
Yeah, it's just, I don't like they did it that.
They're probably just excited that they're going to have
Nah, man, they knew better. I asked him not to promote it, not to mention special. Just one of many acts. No one cares. People going for a show. I'm just doing a set.
Yeah. PFG.
Jeff Lawrence, who me and Jeff met, Nick had a barbecue at his house. I was like, you're Jeff Lawrence, I've heard of you. You might think it was at Nick's house. In his house. Yeah, it was at Nick's house.
This is gonna be a
You
good
might have been
story.
a radio maybe that much longer than me.
With mesh t-shirts.
Sure it was. Tell us, you remember that? Yeah, so, Jeff, tell us why you love doing what you love to do.
Basically because I hate manual labor. But
good for you.
Yeah. No, it's something I've done for like 40 years now. And it's just, when I went to get divorced, I told the judge, basically I'm a maverick and an oddball and unemployable doing anything else. So this is what I do, and I enjoy doing it, and I do it because it's like being a kid all the time, and you never get old doing this, and that's why I do it. I do it because everybody seems to have a good time when you have these kind of things going on. So I hope you enjoy yourselves. BFG
Fuck it. Jinx.
Do you know how long he was working for that applause? He kept putting that hand out like something that you guys will react to. Something positive.
He was going for the save. Like, just start clapping and I'll shut
he's
up.
a maverick, though.
Well, that's what the judge told him during his divorce. I'm a maverick. I'm crazy. I'm wild. Yeah.
What are two characters?
Now, we can't do Wheel of Me because we did that already.
Right.
Yeah.
Colin, you done with the PFG? You want to see one of his bits?
No, that was good.
That was good.
Exactly.
Colin, you didn't like my charitable. You didn't like my charitable.
I didn't like your graciousness. We were like, okay, guys, back to professionalism. Because I'll tell you why I didn't like it. Because it was also, not only was it charitable and condescending to me, but it was also self-serving because you're like, I have to make sure I get my plugs in, so let's cut the shit.
No, I didn't need to plug myself.
Shush, not today.
I
in
never
the
plug
future.
in. Who
You
cares?
In the future.
My Letterman Friday? Who gives a shit? I don't. That's their business. Let Dave run it when he wants. Yeah, me and Kiefer Sutherland. Blah, blah, blah. Doesn't mean a fucking thing to me, Carl. Been there, done that.
Did you shoot it already?
I shot it Monday.
You know, the reason one of my emails is Fat Kiefer is because one day Bob Kelly said I looked like a fat Kiefer Sutherland. And he goes, what's the name of your show? 224.
That's funny.
That was pretty damn funny.
That is really good. I wonder who said that to Bob first.
Well, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, look at the time.
I got
for
to
Christ's sake. For Christ's sake.
Can somebody trash? Look, either before we leave, somebody either trash his voice, or I want Anthony to do Tony Danza.
Wow, that's a hell of a
How about
choice.
Tony
Every
Danza
time I
trashing
come,
Voss?
I want it to be like I want it to be like, all right, how about Tony Danza, or Voss as Tony Danza?
Yeah, how about Tony Danza as Voss?
He used to do Bob Kelly
Voss
Dice. It was the
as
funniest
Tony
shit ever.
Danza, it's
So,
funny.
he did Bob Kelly
Voss.
Dice.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
Dude,
Wow.
I used to do.
Well, yeah, but dice, anything dice is,
Yeah.
that works.
All right, forget it.
Religious dice.
Colin,
How about
Tony
Dice
I haven't done
Voss?
Danza in fucking since he was
All
on
right,
TV.
dude. How about Dice Voss?
oh, Colin has to be out of here for another. Who are you being interviewed by next?
Sonny
That your
Fox.
That your people getting panicky out. You have
they
people
are?
now.
No, they work
You
on
usually
a show.
just
They're
come
working on a
around.
one-man show with me.
You
Colin,
got,
I wanna
you got
go.
people now, Colin.
They're working on a
You
show
should come
with
in
me.
here with
I go to
your
the premiere.
pajamas on, and now you got people. What's going on with you?
They're working on the show with me. The girls, Rosie and Claire.
I'm
Rosie and
hoping
Claire.
after the premiere, Colin will be going to eat, and Jerry will be going to eat, and Jerry will go, hey, why don't you come? Like, all right, I'm not doing nothing. Why not?
I love the fact that Jim was so proud that Jerry sort of knew his name, but it really had to be. Jim had to date rape him for like a year. So he goes, "Hi, Jim."
No, I never.
Or he called you James or something. Remember? He calls
No, he called me Nortone. That's what they used to call me in high school. I don't know where he got that from, but he goes,
Nortone.
yeah, that's what they call me.
That's what somebody would call somebody if they want to keep distance from him. Nortone.
Hey, no tone.
No, that's an affectionate term.
that-
One celebrity greeting.
Wait, I'll tell you what it is. It's a guy that's not sure he has the right name. So he says Nortone, so that way if he's wrong, he's like, no, my name is Nortinsky or whatever his name. No, I
It's probably the
That's
damn
good.
truth. I don't like it.
Well, this is the deal. I got the flyer in front of me. My 2 cents with Colin Quinn. Comedian Colin Quinn's one-man play takes a funny and profound look at the crumbling of the American empire.
Yes.
And with his watchful eye, examines the new chapter our country is entering.
I hope a fucking fire breaks out in the entrance. A profound look.
No, Jim, that could injure a lot of people and maybe even kill
Oh,
them.
you're right. Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. I take that back.
This is a big day for Colin. Let's be
Yes.
happy for Colin.
Highbrow
today.
comedy delivered with the barroom sensibility.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
That way you cover yourself that you're not going to be a pompous ass. I say it so the
that's
working
good.
man can understand it.
That's funny.
I really am a fucking creep.
The show starts May 6th here in New York City. Well, the easiest way to get tickets, Colin, because I can't read that website.
ColinQuinn.com.
All right, ColinQuinn.com. There you go. Very nice.
And Bill Burr's
See
at
you.
Caroline's, a fucking fantastic club on Broadway and 49th, 212-757.
Hacking it up for 6 shows.
You coming back tomorrow, Bill? Yeah, you are, right?
I got nothing better to do.
You and Richie Voss?
And Iron
Well,
Sheik.
yeah, maybe we're going to do tag
Yes.
team headlining.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, we should go.
I have to
Thanks,
tinkle,
Colin.
Opie.
That was a single time.
Yeah. That was
E-Rock, what are you doing back there? I feel like I'm watching obese TV.
Oh,
Good
you're
timing.
timing. You just yelled, waiting on you.
Heard it in my
Did
headphones.
they
and
hear that
everything.
over the loudspeaker?
Yes, everybody heard it.
They heard it on the radio? So he just
I don't know
stepped on my
if Radio
fucking
Land did.
bad joke?
No, I heard it in my headphones, so I couldn't hear your bad joke.
Is E-Rock angry
You hear
today,
my
you
joke?
think?
No.
'Cause I'm looking at him in the glass. I said I feel like I'm watching obese TV. Get it?
That's very
Get it? It's like being at fucking. It's like being at the fucking. What's the water place you go to?
Oh, yeah.
To see
SeaWorld?
SeaWorld.
When you go down the
Yes.
stairs to look in
Yes.
the tank
Yes.
instead of up from above.
And as bad as episode was, when I said episode, how about him going, what's the water place?
I don't know. I don't go to vacation places. I'm too busy
water
creating.
place. What a
Water
child.
place. The water
Mommy, Daddy, I want to go to the water place.
The water place we went to last time.
Oh, please.
All right.
Get the water place off of Modesto.
I'm just counting all the good outs. That would have been a good out, too.
Place.
Yeah, E-Rock.
Yes.
That would've
Play
been
with
a good
little
out.
Connor.
Exactly. Or Susan Smith's pond garage.
That would have been another good out right there. I'm just counting the good outs.